La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola. La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola.
Avevo il microfono spento, buongiorno. Mi sono affacciata prima per capire se tutto funzionava. Mi sente? Mi aiuta? Fausta Fabbri, Regione Toscana. Fabbri con 2 B.
La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o
Sì,
una storia già
sì.
scritta. L'opera di un grande
Posso provare,
artista,
l'ho già fatto, ma
uno
così sono più
spettacolo
tranquilla.
acclamato,
Allora,
un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così
vediamo
come
un attimo che
un'isola
lo
non
preparo.
vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola.
Global Food Innovation Forum. Mi dispiace moltissimo non poter essere con voi oggi, ma saluto affettuosamente sia i partecipanti presenti in questa cornice straordinaria del Real Sito di Campania.
La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola. La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola La cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani perché la cultura non isola. La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani perché la cultura non isola. La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola. La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola.
poi noi li gestiamo da lì. Solo. Un secondo solo.
Gianni carissimo, quando mi alzo. Eccoci.
Ci devo mettere un po' più distanti così mi tolgo la mascherina, perché parlare con la mascherina diventa una cosa. Va bene così?
Va bene, va bene.
Sì, hanno già sposati, non ce l'ho più guai.
No, non ti metti nell'angolino, no, come sei messo?
Qualsiasi cosa è inutile.
Allora, pochi secondi e iniziamo. Quando i tecnici mi dicono che possiamo iniziare, lo faremo.
We are about to start, and I are also calling the other locations. Are we ready? Welcome. This is the first edition. Welcome to this first edition of the Global Food Innovation Forum. It is very important for us to kick off this initiative, but before starting, I'd like to draw your attention onto the peculiarities of our region, and I'd like to celebrate the island of Procida, that is the capital of culture 2022. We have here the Councillor of Culture of the city of Procida, and so before even starting our forum, I'd like to launch the video for the presentation of Procida as a capital of culture 2021.
La cultura non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola.
un'isola che merita
It's beautiful, isn't it? And we are also happy. We really wish good luck to the city of Procida. I want to thank you for your participation, for accepting to attend this conference. The weather is pretty good, actually. It is pretty hot, and this is the opening of the first Global Food Innovation Forum. As a Regional Council for Agriculture, I'm really proud of this initiative. Everything that has to do with food innovation is related to agriculture. Think about digitalization,
della medicina rigenerativa, ai nuovi modelli di turismo legati
the new models of tourism that have to do with wine and cooking and clean economy, circular economy, and everything that has to do with agriculture innovation has to do with food. Think about precision agriculture and garden farming, regenerative farming, and water footprint of crops, human health, the farm-to-fork approach, the sustainable development strategies of the territories that draw inspiration from the community program. In Campania we have done a lot on every front. Our products and our companies are very successful also at an international level, but there is a new challenge. If we want to reach goals, we want to pursue new goals, we have to take on new challenges. We are here today to exchange on innovation in a new format. It's an hybrid event. There is a conference here, and there will be master classes, and there will be also campaigns. At least 55% of additional resources allocated by the Recovery Fund have to be used for short supply chains, for precision and smart agriculture, for renewable energies, biomasses, and digitization. This is a unique opportunity to leap into the future. Nobody can be saved alone or on their own, and also the Pope supports and maintains this. We need a new model of sustainable development, and the COVID pandemic has made this need even more urgent. That is why I wanted to organize this forum. I want to underline the importance of networking in agriculture. We have to strengthen the bonds between
anche di creare ponti con altre
establish bridges without networks
una sorta di effetto BB che non sta per Brigitte Bardot, ma è ugualmente bello. In realtà l'idea di questo forum nel real sito di Cardidello nasce da 4 spunti molto chiari. Il primo è che quest'anno l'Italia ospita il pre-summit sui sistemi del cibo delle Nazioni Unite. Abbiamo bisogno di ragionare e di confrontarci su quali sono gli scenari che hanno davvero rilievo e su cui vogliamo scommettere per il futuro della nostra agricoltura e del nostro pianeta. L'opportunità che ci offre il Summit delle Nazioni Unite è quello di accendere un riflettore sulle traiettorie d'azione e sulle responsabilità di cui possiamo farci carico, trasformandole in occasioni di crescita per tutti. Il Global Food Innovation Forum è una prima tappa che facciamo per aprire le eccellenze della Campania ad un dialogo con le eccellenze delle reti nazionali, europee ed internazionali. Ed è solo la prima tappa, non sarà sicuramente l'unica. Ci sono altri temi su cui stiamo lavorando, le frontiere della zootecnia, anche nella prospettiva One Health, il rapporto tra cibo e salute e la nutraceutica come aree su cui investire per declinare la qualità delle nostre produzioni, la digitalizzazione come direttrice di transizione dei territori e delle imprese, in forte collegamento con le azioni sulla strategia di specializzazione intelligente regionale. Il secondo punto a partire dal quale abbiamo voluto questo forum è che il PSR ha investito e investirà un ammontare considerevole di risorse sull'innovazione delle imprese agricole e dei territori rurali. Sono soldi pubblici ed è un patrimonio che deve essere valorizzato e deve diventare collettivo. Quello dell'innovazione realizzata nelle aziende, nelle filiere e nei partenariati europei per l'innovazione o nelle future AGIS della nuova PAC. Il modo per valorizzare questa innovazione è fare sistema, connetterci alle reti. Avremo EIT o EIT, se lo vogliamo pronunciare in italiano, il cluster nazionale dell'agri-food, prima il Ministero della Ricerca, DG Agri, DG Environment, la DG Ambiente, il GRC e tutti gli altri soggetti che con il loro contributo arricchiranno la nostra capacità di guardare in prospettiva. Il Global Food Innovation Forum nasce, ed è questo il terzo spunto, come momento per ragionare in maniera non astratta di complementarietà e convergenza tra fondi e programmi, tra Europa e regioni, ma anche tra regioni italiane, pur nella chiave che rappresenta una vocazione naturale per la Campania degli ecosistemi dell'innovazione euro-mediterranei, rispetto ai quali credo che l'agricoltura della Campania possa e debba avere un ruolo di pivot. Anche per questi sono 2 metri, la devo accompagnare in questo ruolo. Il quarto spunto è che non può esserci innovazione senza una scommessa sui giovani e sui giovani che hanno voglia di fare impresa nel settore agroalimentare. Sottolineo questo secondo aspetto. È essenziale quello che la giovane imprenditoria può fare per trainare verso l'alto la competitività delle filiere e del nostro territorio. Abbiamo tutti i responsabili nazionali giovani delle principali associazioni di categorie che sono qui a Carditello per confrontarsi e per produrre una nuova cultura della cooperazione per l'innovazione a partire proprio dal cibo. Li ringrazio, li ho trovati reattivi, aperti, consapevoli. Non è una sfida questa che si vince da soli. Dobbiamo costruire il futuro del nostro pianeta. Per questo ringrazio anche i colleghi assessori di giunta, ovviamente il Presidente della Regione De Luca, sempre attento su questi temi. Ma ringrazio anche i miei colleghi delle altre regioni su cui ragioneremo nel pomeriggio nel simposio di chiusura coordinato scientificamente dalla Knowledge Alliance Ask Food, quindi con gli assessori del Lazio, della Calabria, della Sicilia, dell'Umbria, delle Marche, ma anche delle altre regioni e insieme anche a rappresentanti delle istituzioni. Qui vedo in aula anche il collega il Presidente della Commissione Michele Cammarano che saluto, ma nel pomeriggio ci saranno anche ovviamente gli altri colleghi consiglieri regionali a partire dal Presidente del Consiglio Oliviero, il Presidente della Commissione Agricoltura Borrelli. Serve un nuovo modello di governance che superi le barriere dei fondi e dei programmi e che crei un effetto moltiplicatore tra fondi a partire da una collaborazione dichiarata tra autorità di gestione e tra coordinamento della programmazione unitaria. Ringrazio ovviamente la struttura dell'assessorato all'agricoltura e ringrazio Mariella Pazzi, la nuova direttrice generale dell'assessorato e autorità di gestione del FEAS per essersi sempre mostrati attenti, partecipi, collaborativi e soprattutto con una visione per questa regione che davvero la colloca verso l'alto. Sapete che i latini elogiavano il genius loci, sapete anche che molti invidiano al nostro paese l'essere parte della nostra genialità e capacità di innovare. Concludo pertanto con un richiamo a perché per me
Let me tell you why it is so important for me that the Global Food Innovation Forum takes place here in Carditello. The new European agenda for culture refers to cultural crossovers, the potential of culture to favor cross-fertilization of sectors for an exchange between different worlds. And this is the vision I have for Carditello. President Nicolais and the director of Fondazione Carditello, Roberto Formato, will also take the floor in a minute. Carditello, you know, there is also the experimentation on berries, on many agricultural produce. There will be innovation in agriculture, and this is the place of innovation. This must become a place of innovation. It is a system of experimentation labs to incubate companies and farms. Let's start from this. Let's start all together, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Now, before starting, let's say before going on with the greetings, here there should have been Miss Fascione, but unfortunately she's busy now. She's flying to participate to another initiative abroad. So very soon we are going to launch a video intervention. So I would like to give the floor to the director of Carditello Foundation. Thank you very much to everybody. Good morning. I would like to thank the Councillor Caputo, the Council of Agriculture. We have the greetings from Mr. Nicolais, the President, who will attend probably this afternoon, the session of this afternoon. And we cooperate a lot and we work together, so probably will be present this afternoon. This is a very important day, believe me, because Carditello is finding back his origins, his roots. The place was inaugurated in 1787 from Carlo di Borbone, and already then they were talking about developing innovation in this site, and this was already that vision, and they inaugurated the production of buffalo mozzarella cheese. Here it was spread all over the city of Naples and also later abroad. Then also the horses were found a great place here with these small horse, Besson horse. And then we have got the horse from Salerno, so all kind of horses started from here as well, together with other horses from the region, such as the horse from Campania, from Naples. This is a very important site. The site is now under restoration. There are millions of investments in Later in the next years, there will be a total investment for the total restoration. And from now on, it's very important to have here present the Council of Agriculture. This will become the house, the welcoming home for the Councillor Caputo, of course. I have the honor to direct this foundation, which started with the Campania region, which is the promoter of our foundation from the cultural heritage. Campania always participate in the activities of the foundation. We develop a lot of activities, but I would like to remember that the 3rd of July we are going to inaugurate the Festival of Carditello, which is one of the biggest of the world displays, which will guest a series of events and shows which will be held here. These are very important events, and there is a great effort in order to make Carditello a great place to guest and host shows at Italian and international level. For us, culture is very important and is a focus for the next coming years. We will participate in Frontline together with the Councillor for Agriculture. I would like to thank you again and to welcome you one more time. Thank you, Mr. Director. Of course, the Campania region has always participated in the activities of the foundation. And Ms. Rosselli was cooperating at that time with me, and let's say I am the one who proposed the law to develop this foundation, and that's how this initiative started. For us, it's very important to be connected to this beautiful reality. And the regional councillor, Mr. Camarano and Mr. Volpe, are also here today, and they'll see the opportunity to work together and to escort this growing path, starting from the past, from this. I would like to list all the participants, all the actors. I would like to thank for your participation, and I'm going now to launch the video from Ms. Fascione, wanted to share with us a message, and she's really sorry for not being here today. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno, benvenuti al Global Food Innovation Forum. Mi dispiace moltissimo non poter essere con voi oggi, ma saluto affettuosamente sia i partecipanti presenti in questa cornice straordinaria del Real Sito di Carditello, sia coloro che sono collegati in streaming. E ringrazio il caro collega Nicola Caputo, assessore all'agricoltura della Regione Campania, per questo invito che è l'occasione per agganciare l'agricoltura e la pesca della nostra regione alle traiettorie di innovazione europee e internazionali, rafforzando la collaborazione e lo scambio tra gli attori dell'ecosistema regionale e i principali players a livello globale. Abbiamo visto che avremo una giornata molto ricca, molto intensa, con 3 sessioni specifiche, tutte molto interessanti. La prima sugli scenari, quanto mai oggi è importante parlare di scenari e di scenari globali. Nella seconda avremo la sessione del Global Food Innovation Village con la presentazione delle migliori start-up e dei progetti di innovazione, e poi avremo questo terzo tema centrale che è quello della complementarietà, la complementarietà di fondi a livello internazionale, a livello centrale, a livello regionale, ma anche la complementarietà e soprattutto l'integrazione tra le possibili attività, le attività formative, le attività di ricerca e di innovazione, di trasferimento tecnologico, le attività di industrializzazione, insomma integrazione a tutto. Come mio contributo mi piaceva partire con qualche riflessione sullo scenario economico che vede insomma tutti noi riflettere anche dopo questo anno e mezzo, 2 anni di pandemia, e appunto noi sappiamo che nonostante le misure di contenimento, gli unici dati relativi all'export con trend positivo a livello nazionale sono stati proprio quelli relativi ai prodotti dell'agroalimentare made in Italy. Quindi questo per far capire quanto questo settore sia fondamentale non solo per la nostra regione ma proprio per il nostro sistema paese. Abbiamo avuto un aumento dell'1,9%, ma soprattutto abbiamo avuto un massimo storico con un valore di 46,1 miliardi di euro. E questo successo sicuramente è stato spinto anche dalla nostra dieta mediterranea sulle tavole mondiali e dall'eccellenza dei nostri prodotti tipici. Il 10% dell'export alimentare italiano è rappresentato da prodotti campani e nell'ambito delle esportazioni campane noi sappiamo che ogni 100 euro di export è rappresentato da 30 euro di prodotti del settore agroalimentare, quindi insomma una componente importante non solo per l'export, lo sappiamo, ma anche per il numero di imprese, spesso piccole, per la capacità di fare ricerca e innovazione e per insomma, il numero di addetti. Insomma, questo è un settore fondamentale per il nostro territorio. La seconda cosa che abbiamo imparato da questa pandemia è che il concetto di salute è cambiato, è un concetto più ampio, la salute è quella delle persone, è quella degli animali, è quella del sistema ambientale e sempre più spesso parliamo di un concetto appunto che è quello del One Health. In realtà questo concetto è stato anche già assunto dalla nostra RIS, dalla nostra strategia di ricerca e innovazione, che vede insieme come area di specializzazione fondamentale per il nostro territorio, unite insieme appunto le biotecnologie con la salute dell'uomo e l'agroalimentare. Questo per noi è un momento particolare di ascolto. Abbiamo proprio da una settimana chiuso la fase di consultazione che abbiamo aperto al territorio per ricevere contributi, spunti per migliorare la nostra nuova programmazione, per il 21-27, e con piacere vi posso dire che dei 570 contributi che abbiamo ricevuto, ben 400, quindi veramente una proporzione importante, provengono proprio dal mondo delle biotecnologie, della salute dell'uomo e dell'agroalimentare, quindi grande partecipazione, grande attenzione da tutto questo mondo verso le nostre strategie future. E proprio parlando di ricerca e innovazione rispetto al dominio tecnologico dell'agritech, noi sappiamo che la Campania vanta una massa critica di capitale materiale, quindi strutture di ricerca e strumentazioni, ma anche immateriale, quindi ricercatori, la presenza di ricercatori, di talenti, di competenze diffuse, tale che la Campania si può posizionare tra le principali regioni a livello italiano subito dopo la Lombardia e il Lazio. Quindi insomma siamo ben posizionati e abbiamo alcuni asset strategici, insomma alcuni asset dove noi focalizziamo la nostra attenzione. Il primo è proprio l'agricoltura di precisione, è un settore ad altissimo potenziale e consente interventi mirati che rispondono alle effettive esigenze delle coltivazioni, riducendo l'utilizzo delle risorse naturali, come l'impiego di acqua per l'irrigazione e aumentano anche l'efficienza produttiva. A rendere possibile questo tipo di intervento
what makes this possible is related to the new technologies, mainly the digital technologies.
Come la avanzata, la guida autonoma o i trattori smart. La gestione e il monitoraggio delle attività
the management of agriculture activities is important as well, and they really influence and are let the cloud developing more and more.
La tracciabilità è importante perché consente
also to trace everything and all the products is very important, so traceability is very important. There is a new law on traceability. This is a system to follow our products in order to better their production.
La
and
terza parola ad alto potenziale è la
working
nutraceutica.
steps.
Sappiamo che nutraceutica vuol dire creare degli alimenti che
We
migliorano la
know
nostra
that
dieta
create
e che è
food
molto ben
is
accetta anche dal
very
punto di vista
important
dei
as well,
consumatori, sempre più
and is
attenti a
also
ciò che
welcomed by
mangiano, siamo sempre di
consumers.
più ciò che mangiamo e
It's
quindi
important
insomma
to
i
know what we
consumatori
are
sono
going to
attenti a prodotti
eat
che siano non
and
solo
which
buoni ma
are
che siano
our
anche compatibili
products,
con la
not
salute
only good in terms of
questo ci
taste,
fa
but also
pensare insomma
good
che siamo
in
sicuramente tutti
terms
più
of,
consapevoli
health,
verso i
let's say,
famosi
healthy,
17 obiettivi
healthy
dell'Agenda 2030 per lo
products.
sviluppo sostenibile, che è
And we have
importante
also
per
to pay
avviare una
attention to
transizione
the goals
equa e
of Agenda
sostenibile in campo agroalimentare,
2030
ai fini di una
in order
transizione
to
verso
go through a
un'economia
transition
climaticamente neutra,
towards
più
a
verde,
climate
sicuramente
economy
competitiva ma
more
anche
green, more
inclusiva e
probably
comunque coerente con le
competitive, but
indicazioni
coherent with
dell'industria.
the indication of the main
L'ultimo
goals.
spunto che
The
avevo
last
insomma, piacere di
idea
condividere con tutti voi
that I would like to
è quello
share with
appunto
all
della
of you
promozione anche a
is
livello
promotion
internazionale delle nostre
at
produzioni.
international
Abbiamo
level
ricordato
of our
insomma quanto è
productions,
importante
of our
anche il
products. We know
valore
that
dell'export. E
the
quindi
value of
volevo
export
concludere
is really
ricordando a tutti
paramount
voi che
for
noi
us.
come Regione Campania
And
saremo
as Campania
presenti
region,
all'Expo Dubai, saremo presenti
we
2
will
settimane, dal
present,
5 all'11
we will
dicembre, dal 6
attend
al 12
Expo
febbraio,
Dubai
ma la
for
settimana del 5 e
2
11 di
weeks,
dicembre è
and
proprio
the week
dedicata
from
ai
5 to
territori, alla
11 of
cultura,
December
al turismo
is
e alla
devoted
nostra
to
capacità di
territories, culture,
produrre
tourism, and our
prodotti appunto di
ability
alta
to
qualità
produce
conosciuti
high
veramente
quality
in tutto il mondo.
products
Quindi appunto il food
to
sarà
be
il tema della
proposed all
prima
over the
settimana
world.
della presenza
So
regionale e
our
nei prossimi
presence
giorni
will
dei
be
gruppi
very
del maestro
important.
Salvatores
And Mr.
saranno presenti sui nostri territori
Torres
per raccontarne le bellezze, le
to
eccellenze, le
develop
progressioni e
a
le
video
innovazioni.
to tell
E per le
all the
eccellenze
beauties
campane che
and
coniugano
the
sempre
high
tradizione e
to present the
innovazione,
high top
assieme al presepe artistico
level
napoletano, avremo la pasta di
products.
Gragnano,
We will
ma
have
abbiamo
the
voluto giocare proprio
Gragnano
su una
pasta
contraddizione tra
as
tradizione e
well.
innovazione, quindi avremo anche
And
uno
talking
spoccato sul
about
cibo del
tradition and
futuro con il
innovation, we
cibo
will
dello
present
spazio
also
e tutto ciò
the
insomma
food
si
for
inserirà
the
nella
future.
sezione del saper fare
And
italiano,
this
appunto
will
con una
show how
presenza
we are
della
able
nostra
to
regione.
make and to
Expo
develop
Dubai è
products
sicuramente un'occasione
in our
straordinaria
region.
per
This
connetterci con le tendenze
event
economiche
is
globali e
extraordinary
quindi
to
noi vogliamo
present
sostenere la
global
presenza del nostro
economy,
tessuto
and we
imprenditoriale.
would like to be
Abbiamo
there
lanciato
to
2
witness
strumenti di
our
promozione
experiences.
internazionale
We
e
launch
presto lanceremo anche altre
international
iniziative per favorire
promotion as
appunto
well
una
as new
rappresentanza non solo del tessuto
initiatives,
industriale ma ovviamente anche
not only
del
at
nostro
industrial
ecosistema
level,
della
but also talking
ricerca e
about the
dell'innovazione.
ecosystem,
Quindi seguite
about
il nostro
research.
sito,
So
insomma
please
seguiteci perché
follow us on
da
our
oggi e anche nelle
site,
prossime
because starting
settimane ci
from today
saranno
on,
ulteriori
there will be
importanti
new
opportunità. Detto questo, vi auguro una
new
buona
ideas, new
giornata, un buon
proposals.
lavoro e
So
un bocca al
I
lupo,
hope
in
you will
particolare a
have a
tutte le
nice day
startup
and
che
have
sono
a
presenti
nice and
nel gruppo.
profitous working
Grazie
day
e
today.
buon lavoro.
Thank you very much.
Grazie a Valeria. Io prima di
Thank you, Valeria. Before really starting our first section, I'd like to invite the President of the Chamber of Commerce of Caserta to deliver his speech. He's an expert in this field, and I'm so glad he's here with us. Thank you. This is really restarting, and I'm so happy to meet your Director General, Mariella, and I really wish you all the best for this new appointment. I come from the world of agriculture. I'm so happy that I can also meet my Director General, Mr. Lofreda. It won't take long. I just want to say a few words. I want to thank you. I want to congratulate you on this initiative. It is so important if we want to start again. When you sent me the program, I was so happy to see all the issues that you have included in this discussion. We have gone through this health emergency. The pandemic has had an impact, a very strong impact on our activities. We do not even know to what extent, but we do need a new model to open new perspectives and to create new hopes. Our territory, dear Nicola, has all that it takes to start and catch up the delays and bridge the gaps. We have to understand that digitization is very important, innovation is very important. When we speak about innovation in the world of the West, we know that there was the first industrial revolution, and then 100 years later another industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution with the introduction of electricity, and in the 1960s, the third industrial revolution with the first computers. There were intervals of 100 years. And in 1970, so in the mid-70s, the first computers, so it was the fourth generation, the industrial revolution, and in the 90s there was the internet, and then also a sixth industrial revolution because of the pandemic, and innovation is very important. We have to combine innovation with territory. So territory and innovation is an important couple. We have to look at the future. We are hopeful, we need it, because in this moment for our world and for our planet, there is a need to be hopeful. We have to have something that we can hope. The issues that you have raised and also sustainability, are so important, and I'm sure we can find ways to go ahead. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you, Tommaso. So we can officially start the first focus team. Professor Teresa Del Giudice, new programming committee in agriculture of the Campania region, trends and scenarios for innovating in the agri and food system, the way forward and the next normal. Good morning. I'll just say a few words because the panelists, the participants are so important that I don't want to take too much time. My name is Teresa Del Giudice. I teach agricultural policies at the University of Naples, Federico II. I want to thank the counselor and his staff. This is a great initiative.
I am so proud to share with you this morning session, but it's clear that we have some time constraint. So you have to finish in 10 minutes your talk. Before 2 minutes to the end, I show you this, and you have to finish, because we have a common challenge to finish this section in 2 hours. It's a common challenge. Thank you, and we move quickly to first presenter, il dottor Paolo Del Rubbio della DG Agri, che ci illustrerà quanto.
He will illustrate this moment and this challenge from the point of view of the European Commission. Good morning. Thank you for this invitation. I'm so happy to be here. Actually, I am from this region and I've lived in Brussels for many years, but it's so good to coming home. I'm so happy to be home. This is a place rich in history and in future at the same time. I've prepared a very short presentation. I'll try and stay in 9 minutes and a half. Can we put it on screen? Can we start my slideshow? I'm gonna talk about the main challenges in the agri-food field and the actions that are being taken at the European level, thanks to the member states, the regions, the cities, and the local communities. We need everybody's help for our transition. My first slide. The strategy launched by the European Commission is very ambitious. It is the European Green Deal. The objective of reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. We have a very important ambition. There are many strategies that the European Commission is developing, and this strategy starts from food, and the farm to fork strategy wants to contribute to reaching this objective. We want to decouple economic growth from the exploitation of natural resources, and this is possible, and we're working on this. And then my following slide, there are 4 slides. These are the four elements, the main elements making up the farm to fork strategy, reducing the carbon footprint. We know that agri-food systems contribute to the exploitation of natural resources, air, soil, water, and also nutritional regimes have to change. We have to raise the awareness of consumers. We want to reduce the consumption of meat, and we want to add resilience. This is an aspect that we have often neglected, but during the COVID emergency, we have realized that it is very important. Resilience, the ability to resist the stress, to restart, is paramount. Many actions will be taken in this field in order to fight against fraud or animal diseases, and we have to exploit new opportunities. Sustainability is often associated with costs, and maybe it is true in the short term it is expensive, but it is important. Mrs. von der Leyen stresses the importance of creating growth opportunities, business opportunities, and transition must be fair. Nobody must be left behind, especially small farmers and small communities. Our approach is global. And then in the following slide, I'd like to draw your attention onto 6 targets, 6 important targets that we want to reach by 2030. And I hope that the Campania region can really give a contribution on these targets. The first is the reduction by 50% in the use of pesticides in the EU territory by 2030. Agriculture depends on these products, and we want to reduce the use of phytosanitary products in agriculture and to implement a more sustainable approach. We want to reduce the use of antimicrobial substances. We want to reduce the use of antibiotics by 50% by 2030, and also we know that in Europe there is organic farming that must be developed. Italy is pretty advanced in terms of organic farming in Europe, but we ask you another effort. And then nutrients, the impact of nitrates in water tables. This is very important. Our target is 20% reduction well, actually it's 50% reduction, I apologize. And then two more targets that I've added to this slide. First of all, 100% coverage of rural areas with broadband internet. There's no digitization strategy without broadband internet. Access to internet is like having access to water nowadays, and there are still too many gaps in Europe. We want total coverage by 2025. And another target that we are pursuing is 10% of the European rural surface landscape elements, value-added elements to protect biodiversity, so trees around farms to promote biodiversity. So these are our 6 targets, 6 goals that are also included in the new Common Agricultural Policy 2003-2027. And this is my following slide. We cannot do it on our own. The European Commission has launched a very ambitious challenge for 2030, but we need everybody on board. In this slide you have the main stakeholders, the consumers, and all the other stakeholders, universities, farmers, banks. I mean, we really need everybody on board, because the agri-food system is complex and diverse. We have to implement an integrated approach. There are 2 initiatives that I want you to bear in mind. It is going to be a revolution in the agri-food system. The framework law that we are working on and that will be presented in 2023 on sustainability of food, for the first time there will be a framework law that will include all the laws concerning food and agriculture. It's a revolution, it's going to be difficult, and then there will be a labeling on food sustainability to help consumers to choose sustainable products and to differentiate them from non-sustainable products. And in my last slide, I want to focus on the Common Agricultural Policy 2023-2027. Today and tomorrow in Brussels there will be meetings between Commission, Parliament and Council to conclude the negotiation for the new CAP. There are 2 elements that are important. There are breaks with the past, digitization and knowledge on one hand, and on the other hand, the green dimension, so sustainability dimension. These are the 2 trajectories that we will follow in the future, and it's something that is very important. This is revolutionary. I mean, actually, responsibilities and roles of member states and regions are being redistributed. Nowadays, regions and member states are establishing the national strategic plans that have to be submitted to Brussels by the end of the year. We really want you to be ambitious. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. We really want you to be on board. We really want you to be involved, because without a fair and equal transition, many of us will be left behind, and we can't afford this, especially after this almost 2 years of COVID. So please participate. We are inclusive and have a vision. Be ambitious, be brave, and because it's a great challenge for us all. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Grazie al dottor De Rubio.
Thank you, Mr. De Gubbio. His intervention was really interesting, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mustilli from Sviluppo Campania, Development Campania. We have got this hybrid event here today. I would like to be quiet here in the room, because there are people following on the internet. I hope everybody can hear me. If you have got problems, you can tell me. Obviously, I would like to thank you for the invitation, for this great opportunity that you are giving me. I will pay attention to the time, but I would like to share with you some experiences as in the textile manufacturing sector got some beneficial in terms of performances. For all these sectors, there are different needs. On one side, digitalization and aims related to a new system which ask the respect for the previous indicated roles, not only at the national level but also at the European level. We have to try to boost this and relaunch this situation from the technological point of view. The idea that agriculture, after so many years of difficulties and this relation with the banks, is again on the forefront for all these reasons, is witnessed by the initiatives of some banks, such as Banca Intesa with its project. And recently, there is a new fund called the RETEC, which is aimed to strengthen equity and capital of agriculture in companies, businesses. So all these effort in terms of investments can be done also through some financial instruments, innovative financial instruments in the use of public funds as well. This is the idea. Let's imagine that there is a financial system from the world of agriculture that can work as a director of all these investments that have to be made, and the balance, the equilibrium has to be found through different financial systems. So we are not talking about only about banks, but also about other actors. Let's say that also European Union is spreading in a very attentive way this kind of ideas. There are experiences that Sviluppo Campania already put in action in order not only to rebalance the companies, but also to follow and help thanks to the use of public funds. We need of two main steps, the opportunity to use new financial instruments more coherent with the aims of this sector. On the other side, to better skills and competences. We need to have new investments, but we also need to have and to reach new competences. So Sviluppo Campania lately has been acting in this direction. We reached a great success and we have got also great feedbacks according to some experts of the central government. This is an experience that we can share also at European level. So the possibility to finance companies which pay attention to specific choices at innovation level gave the opportunity in our region to use these financial systems. These were financial systems devoted only to big enterprises, but now they are also at disposal of small companies, small and medium enterprises. So we could put these financial elements, instruments at the service of small and medium enterprises. So we can have also advantages in terms of costs and give the opportunity to companies to use these innovative instruments. We are studying the opportunity to involve investors, not only public investors, but also others, in order to use this kind of obligation and bonds in agriculture sectors and in the agri-food, based on all the funds and investments in these sectors. But there is another challenge as well. There is another great challenge, which is the capitalization challenge. We are thinking to develop new mechanism to strengthen the credits of the company. So you will see that we are going to present a new initiative in terms of capitals, and we are going to use also these great mechanism which are offered to the world of agriculture. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you for what you said. Now we are going to give the floor to Cristina Petracchi from FAO. I would like to invite here Roversi and Bonavetti to reach us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the FAO e-Learning Academy and all our innovative learning methodologies for sustainability.
E quindi grazie ancora per partecipare a questo forum globale. Quindi quello che vorrei fare con te è appunto partecipare a questo, pensando al periodo del Covid, di quanto sia stato difficile.
And I wanted to share with you what the FAO e-Learning Academy does and how we try to bring innovation. So the first thing to say is the FAO e-Learning Academy offers over 350 multilingual e-learning courses, which are offered as a global public good, free of charge, for anyone, at any time, anywhere in the world to access them. The courses are fully aligned with the SDGs, and the objective is to actually transfer skills and competences in order to have professionals, competent professionals that are able to face global challenges. So far, we have reached over 700,000 learners, and the FAO Learning Academy is really the result of a collaborative effort involving over 200 partners worldwide. So I just wanted to mention very quickly the different thematic areas. So we cover a number of thematic areas which are of relevance, like the management of natural resources, water management, water efficiency, soil management and restoration, sustainable fisheries, sustainable forestry, but also sustainable food systems and nutrition, gender, of course climate change, trade, responsible investments. We of course also food safety, etc. So we cover a number of relevant thematic areas. Also crop improvement, so how to improve certain plant species through the introduction of genes from other plants. And just very, very briefly, I would like to mention that we work with 4 types of organizations. So all of these are using our courses in different settings and for different purposes. For example, we work a lot with UN and development agencies. We work with the EU. So the EU uses our courses in their learning platform for staff development. We work with the International Federation of Red Cross, with big regional organizations like ECOWAS, SILS, COMESA, and also with other UN like UNICEF, UNITAR, UNHCR, etc. They are all using our courses within their capacity development activities. We also work with universities and university networks, and so this is the second type of organization with whom we work, and basically we have developed a number of master's and postgraduate degrees where the different universities integrate the courses as part of their learning offerings. And we have done this with a number of universities. We have done this with Lewis, with Boudoir, and a number of other universities. We also work with NGOs and CSOs, and they actually integrate our courses for staff development and also for their capacity development activities. And we are starting to work with private sector. So private sector has shown a lot of interest on the courses, especially concerning compliance. So compliance to the SDGs and also sustainability, sustainable food value chains, these are the thematics, and also food safety, food loss and waste. So this is the interest of the private sector that we have observed so far. We also work with a number of UN initiatives and networks, so UN SDG Learn, etc. But also the scaling up of the nutrition movement of the United Nations and a number of other networks. So what I wanted to share with you today is how do we try to bring innovation? So our intention is to try to bring innovation in all its different meanings. So we try to bring innovation in the design of our activities, in the design of our courses and in learning interventions. We bring innovation in the type of content, and we try to bring innovation in the pedagogical models and in the learning solutions that we offer. So we bring innovation in the design by using the collaborative learning needs assessment, where we involve the target audiences, where we involve partners, stakeholders, local partners and governments, etc. So we try to do a multi-stakeholder collaborative learning needs assessment in order to target our interventions and our courses. We really try to target everything we do to the professional profiles that are required to face the challenges today. So we are very much competency-based. We are really focusing on the professional profiles, on the competencies they need to have. And we use a methodology that is called the topic task analysis for the collaborative learning needs assessment. We try to always involve representatives from the target audiences to make sure that we target the courses. Related to content, we try to always bring in cutting-edge content, new methodologies, good practices, agricultural practices, and also practices that could be used along the food value chains to support sustainability. So we are also for the content, we align, of course, with the SDGs. And as you know, we have also created courses on the SDGs. And there we have created with the countries new indicators, with new methodologies. So it's really, there is a big focus focus not only on the design, but also on the content that is being provided. Then we try to also bring innovation through our pedagogical models. So we really try to mix pedagogical models. We try to use storytelling. We try to use live interviews. We try to use interactive guided tutorials, but also serious learning games, storytelling. So we really try to mix the different pedagogical models to offer cutting-edge also methodologies and pedagogical models. So it is extremely important to try to innovate in these three areas in order to make sure that we have a greater impact. Something that I needed to mention, I mentioned the different pedagogical models. We use also different delivery solutions. So we use certified tutored courses, we do online technical webinars, we organize mobile learning, we do MOOCs, we do self-paced courses, we do blended learning programs. So we really try to mix also the different learning solutions. I also have to mention here that we have just published our publication guide on e-learning methodologies and good practices, and here we share all the over 15 years of experience of the FAO e-learning academy on the different e-learning solution, the learning solution and pedagogical models, and there you will be able to better understand the design that we use and also the methodologies. And here you have the link to access the publication. So just to give you more information, really this publication guides you in how to develop, what are the benefits of e-learning, how to develop it, how to do a needs assessment, how to choose the best learning solutions, how to use different pedagogical models, and also how to use collaborative learning platforms. Now I need to mention also in the different learning solutions that we offer, I have to mention our partner of excellence, Future Food Institute, with whom we are organizing a number of activities, very, very successful. We have conducted with Future Food Institute two 24 hours global marathons for sustainability. One in 2020 and the other one this year in 2021. We have had a huge global success with over 160 experts that intervened, over 30 main work sessions in English, French, Italian, and Spanish, with over 150,000 viewers worldwide, and of course with many journals, online journals, TVs, and networks who have commented on the event. With Future Food Institute, we also organize regularly a very interesting learning intervention, which is called the Climate Shapers Bootcamps, where we really try to develop this new professional profile of climate shaper. And we have different editions for climate smart cities, climate smart oceans, farms, and kitchens. And the climate shaper is really a key figure that we are trying to develop in the circular and sustainable food value chain. So really to sensitize this new profession, to sensitize these individuals and allow them to acquire specific competences related to sustainability. We will also be with, of course, with the Future Food Institute. We are organizing the next Climate Shaper Bootcamp will be in Marettimo from 13 to 19 July. And then we are going to also have one in Polica. So invite you all to join. From 16 to 12 September, there will be the Climate Shaper in Polica. We also organize with co-partners, so we have co-partners that organize regularly a number of international technical webinars, and Future Food Institute is also part of these technical webinars, also with Agreement and UNESCA, which is the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. And we organize these webinars really on all the different thematic areas that I mentioned: sustainable forestry, sustainable fisheries, agriculture, but also sustainable food systems, etc. We also, so all the webinars are available through the FL e-Learning Academy, and you have access not only to the recording, but also to the presentations, to all the documentation, and to the statistics, because we regularly collect all the statistics for the participants, and everything is made available through the FL e-Learning Academy. And I wanted to conclude also by the fact that we bring innovation in our certification system. So we are using online digital badge certification system. I don't know if you are aware of it. This is a very versatile certification that allows you can, and once you earn your badge, it follows you in your LinkedIn, in your e-portfolio, in your CV. And to earn it, you need to pass the final scenario-based, competency-based test. The digital badge is connected to your name, the competencies you have acquired, and all the different details. These are some of the badges that we have designed for some of our courses. These are the badges of the SDG indicators that we have. And these are some of our publications that you can find on the FL e-Learning Academy. You have here the link. And I would like to thank you very much once again.
Grazie. We move very quickly to the next presenter, Mrs. Avery, for Food for Health Initiative. Good morning, please, 10 minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present here at the Global Food Innovation Forum. My name is Hayley Every, and I'm the Food for Health Program Manager at EIT Health. And I wanted to introduce you today to what are the things that we are doing in Food for Health and why we believe that Food for Health is an important initiative. So EIT is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. And there are currently 8 divisions of EIT focusing on different aspects of innovation, and 2 of these are EIT Food and EIT Health. And what we have seen in the past is that these 2 institutes are focusing primarily on their core competencies related to food and health, but that we see that there's actually a lot of exciting work that's happening at the boundaries between food and health. And so Food for Health was initiated to bring these 2 organizations together, EIT Food and EIT Health, potentially connecting partners who have not previously been working together before. And our goal is to bring together these partners to be able to tackle societal challenges that are linking both food and health. Someone recently mentioned to me that to be serious about health, we need to be serious about food. And this is what we believe in as well at Food for Health. We think that nutrition and food should be taken into consideration in all aspects of healthcare, and not just as a means to sustain ourselves, but really to help us improve our health and well-being overall. This is particularly the case when you see that many of our illnesses and diseases that people experience today are lifestyle related. We have seen a rise in overweight and obesity, and these have contributed to increase in non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, stroke, and also mental health conditions. We believe that by making better choices in our food and lifestyle that we can improve our health overall and reduce the incidence of these diseases. So within Food for Health, our purpose is that we believe that food and health innovations can prevent and support the treatment of major illness and disease and create market opportunities to improve the well-being of European citizens of all ages. We are working together with a network of partners who bring expertise in the innovations for healthy nutrition and help us to bring these to market as well. We are also focusing on generating new business opportunities by facilitating market-driven innovation in food and health by connecting the right people and the right resources. Within the combined organizations of EIT Food and EIT Health, we have over 250 partners that we can access across Europe. These partners are experts in food, nutrition, healthcare, also in specific illnesses and disease. They are technology providers, behavioral specialists, and also communication and marketing experts. We think that by bringing together these partners who perhaps may have not worked together before, that we can really tackle these food and health related challenges in a comprehensive way. Food for Health was first initiated in 2019, and we started in September of 2019 with the launch of 2 specific projects that focus on food and health. These projects are based on market needs, and one of the projects is really focusing on looking at prevention by helping consumers make better food and health choices, exercise choices through behavior change techniques. In this way, we hope to tackle people who may not actually think that they're unwell, but have the risk factors for developing non-communicable diseases, and being able to tackle these at an early stage rather than when they are already ill. The second project that we launched is focusing on the role that nutrition can play in the treatment of illnesses, and in this case, we are focusing on cancer. What we see is that many cancer patients suffer from weight loss and malnutrition that is also attributing to muscle loss in these patients. And this weight loss and muscle loss can lead to worse outcomes in terms of the overall treatment of the cancer. So by maintaining a certain body weight and muscle mass, we expect that we're able to improve the outcomes of the cancer treatment and also the quality of life for these patients. We are working on finalizing these projects at the moment, but our intention is not just to finish with these projects, but to continue to focus on other aspects where food and health are linked. To do this, we have defined 5 specific focus areas where we see that there is an overlap between food and health. And this is indeed focusing on the prevention of illness and disease, which is related to the project that we are running at the moment. However, we see that there are other areas where we could play a role here, particularly in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen that people who have suffered more from the symptoms of COVID-19 tend to have been those who were already exhibiting some pre-existing conditions such as obesity and overweight. So if we can tackle more of these preventative measures to help people get in better shape, we should be able to face certain illnesses better, such as COVID-19 or other pandemics that may arise in the future. The second focus area is related to our project on cancer, where we are tackling disease through tailored nutrition. What we think is that nutrition should be a part of all medical interventions. In many illnesses and diseases, you can benefit from having a tailored nutrition intervention to help speed up the recovery process or improve the quality of life throughout the treatment. This is not only for traditional illnesses like cancer, but can also be for mental health as well. And in this aspect, we also see that the role of the gut microbiome could be important, as it will help us to modulate certain illnesses and disease through the balance of a good gut microbiome. The third area that we are focusing on is healthier foods and diets, and this is really also linking in the environmental aspects that contribute to the food that we eat. we have become accustomed to eating foods that are high in fat, sugar, and salt, and we need to make a shift towards more healthier food options, plant-based options, to improve our overall health. But this also means that we should focus on agricultural production that leads to healthier foods as well, with higher nutritional value, to be able to support healthier foods and diets overall. Our fourth focus area is looking at healthy aging. In this respect, we are looking at how food and health are linked throughout the course of life. We already see, of course, that as babies and young children, the role of food is very important for their development process. However, as we continue to age, we also need to pay attention to the food that we are eating and the quality of food that we're consuming. Pregnant women, of course, should also be conscious of what they're eating, but in particular, as we age, we need to increase our protein intake to be able to maintain our health overall. And so there are many aspects to be considered here in with regards to the role of food in terms of healthy aging. Finally, a focus area that sort of is addressing all of the four other ones as well is overall education and awareness about food and health. There is, of course, a lot of information available on the internet and elsewhere, indicating how food can play a part in your health overall, but it's not always accurate, and it's not sort of centralized in a way that people can access it easily and trust that it is a reliable source. So in all of these areas of food and health, we consider that we need to involve an education and awareness aspect to really be able to deliver the correct messages to consumers and patients and help them to achieve better health status overall. As we move forward with Food for Health, we are looking for projects that we can launch related to these topics, and are looking for collaborations with our partners across Europe, but also through other networks. And looking forward to being able to address some of these major challenges in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Here we go. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm so happy to be here with you, and I want to thank Dr. Petracchi from FAO, and actually she has already spoken about what we do with them. I've been asked to talk about seeds of disruption today. Seeds of disruption, seeds that can revolutionize the status quo. When I read the Seeds of Disruption, I thought about what we started doing in 2013. Facebook 2 weeks ago reminded me of the fact that in 2013 in Skonkovo in Russia, an innovation center in Russia, they work on nuclear energy. Well, there my journey started, and nowadays I'm here in this region. My journey started there. Can we move forward with my slides? Well, I was, excited about the world of agri-food. I've been working with agri-food for many years. In 2012, 2013, we started seeing the first investment funds that were investing in food and food tech in the Silicon Valley to accelerate transition in this sector. But it was still too light. In Italy, we wouldn't talk about this. There were some incubators that were starting at that time. But since then, this sector has grown exponentially. And since then, I started feeling frustrated. And then the following speaker will talk about it. Professor Bonaretti will remember that I was considered as an alien here. People would, reject my proposals about innovation, because in my region, Emilia-Romagna, we are very fond of our traditions. That was the beginning. The following slide. You see what we were doing in 2013 with the Institute for the Future in Palo Alto. It started, 50 years ago in the Silicon Valley. This organization has been studying future scenarios for years. This map was named the Seeds of Disruption. And if you look at the themes and the issues inside this map, this ecosystem of the food system, wow, we see that they're very relevant to us now. So we have been mapping the potential innovations that would upset our ecosystem, the world food systems. And you see, in 2013, they already spoke about Beyond Meat. We thought it was because of the Silicon Valley and that it would never come to this part of the world. Now it's a thing in all the burger pubs, or Professor Post in Wageningen in the Netherlands was already experimenting in vitro meat. Now we know it's a fact, it's reality. And what have we been doing since 2013 in Italy? If we continue with my slide, we see that we have mapped the role of food over the years, and the following year we created this map together with the Institute for the Future in Palo Alto, and we started our own institute, and we considered food as the nexus of society. Food is what connects us. Food is rituals, identity, religions. Everything has to do with food. It is family inclusion. It is nutrition. And those who deal with food also deal with the health of our planet, of resources and soil. But we have never considered that when we talk about food, there are many other implications, geopolitical, environmental, cultural, social implications. And in my following slides, you see that there are other highlights in our history. There was another fundamental year that we have to remember, and that is going to be a divide, exactly like 2021. 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals were announced. Paris Accord, where they talk about bringing climate education into schools. Pope Francis publishes his encyclic and talks about integral ecology, connecting human, environmental, cultural ecology, and then the World Expo, the big world event connecting energy, food, and planet. That was an acceleration, an accelerator of awareness, and since 2015, accelerators, incubators, startups, and food have started growing. And in my following slide, I'll show you the big theme, Because we started wondering how can we feed the planet? The planet, people who live in big cities, cities that are very diverse and different. There will be lots of young people think of the African continent, but in other nations, in other parts of the world, there will be elderly people. 2050 is our deadline, but now I'm thinking about 2100 now. Here we go. This is the slide I wanted. 2100. Our planet will be depopulated. When we think about food production, we have to think about environment, we have to think about territories, we have to think about resources, but there is a risk of desertification for the Mediterranean area. What do we do with our planet if we are only half the people we are now? We have to wonder about this. And since 2013, we started our journey, and in my following slide, I show you what we have created. I wanted to overcome this silo model. And since 2013, we started this journey to create a system. It's difficult because ecosystems only live out of generosity. You have to give value in advance. That's the only way to give rise to an ecosystem. We started connected our ecosystem with the world. Our headquarters was in San Francisco, and then Bologna, and then Tokyo, and we built bridges. In my region, they know it because in 2014, I was inviting them to visit the offices of Google, but then it was successful. This shows that this sector has accelerated very much, and Mrs. Petracchi was referring to knowledge. Knowledge is a pillar for us. It's not only knowledge, it's community laboratories where kids can do innovation and R&D, research and development. Our ecosystem today is based on different hubs, innovation hubs. Innovation happens in daily life and spin-offs, 3 B Corps that do innovation to serve the big ones like Nestle or Don, who need to change their production models. And then 2 more slides. This is the ecosystem. This is our ecosystem. We have established bridges. Please go on with the slides. There is a word, Polica, that's a hub. That was the pandemic. Until March the 9th, I would fly all over the world and I would build the bridges. Someone told me, "You're so lucky you were born in Italy. We talk about a Mediterranean diet every day. Have you ever visited Polica? Do you know what do you have around the corner?" That March the 9th changed my life because for the first time I had the opportunity to slow down and I started exploring the valleys and the treasures and we have at home. Let me show you that picture. Your territory, your region is exactly in the heart, in the center. It's the epicenter of the Mediterranean basin. And my journey towards the Mediterranean diet didn't start at a table. I was not eating. It started in Velia, talking about those principles that are at the basis of the Sustainable Development Goals. This makes us understand that we are so lucky we are in Italy. Our country will host the G20 and the Pre-Food System Summit COP21. And let me underline it because we think that all these themes, people, plant prosperity is new. It is not true. It has been 2,500 years that we have been talking about this in Italy. In 2015, we're going to the Silicon Valley. Tomorrow, our team from America will come here. They will learn to start innovation, to do innovation, connecting the dots. And dotting the I's, and we should include this awareness in all the fields, in all actions, and in the Food System Summit, new proposals will be launched for global diets that will standardize methods and food consumptions in the world, and this is something that we have to fight. We, as Italy, we should not only participate to host, we have to raise our voice. We have to make ourselves heard. Thank you very much. We apologize, but unfortunately the interpreters cannot read the slides.
Or GRSI, please, 10 minutes. I remember you.
Grazie mille. Io parlerò in italiano, se posso.
Thank you very much. I speak Italian. I hope you can hear me. I'm not Italian mother tongue, but I have some Campania here in Sevilla because my husband is from Campania, so I speak Italian every day. First of all, I want to thank you for this invitation. I want to thank the organizers. It is the right moment to talk about policies and connecting different stakeholders at a local, national and international level.
So the European Commission entered in the new framework program in 2020-2021, January 2021. So there are several new scenarios at global level with Agenda 2030, with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, more than 100 targets and 200 indicators. But most of all, we talk about European policies, Green Deal, Next Generation EU, and policies related to the territory, which are mainly related to the regional funds with the specific strategies, which is the necessary strategy to have access to structural funds. And then we have research and innovation funds, which are really competitive funds. I would like to stress that I work for Jones Center, is the research center of European Commission. We are within the European Commission, and we help our colleagues who develop the different policies through the design, implementation and monitoring, and also evaluation of the so-called policies. In the European program 2020, we help the region with the development and implementation and monitoring of strategies which are really important for the different territories. In the past, I would like to stress that I would like to talk about the importance of local policies. These local policies are not abstract and are not far away from the local actors. We are talking about universities, private institutions, small and medium enterprises, public institutions, but also civil society, users, NGO. All these actors in 2014 sit around the table to discuss on how to relaunch the growth, the economic growth after the financing crisis of 2008. At that time, the problem was the economic crisis, so to create employment and to grow from the economic point of view. Hence, this happened around 2014. What has changed? Let's say what is really important now is sustainability. Many participants stressed on the policy related to sustainability. This is really a need for us. So as for the regional development policy, we will go in this direction for the strategies of local development linked to intelligence specialization, with priorities defined, designed with several local actors. But the main aspect is cooperation at international level, governments, and industrial transitions. So the The smart specialization strategy is linked to different European policies. It is not isolated. It is linked to the digitalization for companies and e-governments, but also to the ability, the skills, the education, the support for the SMEs, and also related to research and innovation policies. So it's very important to create the synergies in the year 2020-2021, of course, 2021. We have been trying to create a lot of connections in the past among the different actors, but it was quite difficult to be achieved. At the present, from 2021 to 2027, there will be several aids in order to create these synergies. One of these aids, one tool that will start from this autumn is called Interregional Innovation Investment, and is a specific tool that is going to help companies to create a series of interregional partnerships linked to this strategy of smart specialization. It will help to create together and to develop different programs which can be financed by means of this new tool, which will be managed by a European agency. We are waiting for the first calls. They should arrive in autumn or maybe at the beginning of next year. Where does it start from? It's the interregional cooperation launching in 2015, linked to the implementation of strategies, smart strategies. Today we have got 3 platforms. One of these is focused on agri-food, and the 3 platforms see the participation of more than 220 national and subnational authorities from Europe and non-Europe countries. We have got 33 thematic partnerships, and there are a lot of different actors participating from European institutions. On the agri-food thematic platform, it's very interesting to see for Campania region that the main themes proposed are completely bottom-up. Before, there was not a project financing this kind of, a tool financing this kind of projects. It can become really interesting starting from 2021, because there will be devoted specific funds, and these will see the participation of several regions from Italy, 11 regions. We have got 5 partnership, high-tech farming, nutritional ingredients, using the existing farming, high-tech farming, and then the traceability and big data. So there will be a platform. Here is an example of the different actors participating on the partnership based on big data. And this partnership is Emilia-Romagna and Andalusia. This is just a list, an example of 3 pages, and what I would like to stress here is the importance of the companies, the research centers, and the local actors. So the very local actors will participate to these actions. This slide collects and put together some of the publishing, some of the journals that we developed as a European Commission, and Vicky is here with you. So if you are interested in knowing a bit more about these platforms, as well as the agri-food partnership, you can talk to Mr. Kavicki, who has helped me in the past to create and help regions to take part to this interregional cooperation. Last word on the smart specialization development is going into the direction of sustainability. So the strategies, and not only in the strategies, but also in the implementation, it's very important to think on how regional and local authorities will support at economic level all the activities and all the priorities related to research and innovation developed in the direction of sustainability, which are not going to pollute, which are not going to damage health. So I believe that Campania is working, of course, on this strategy. And let's think that all actors and projects financed by the regional funds can really help to reach the aim of Agenda to 2030 and it's very important to think about the EU Green Deal, which is the new growth agenda in terms of economy. Here we have got some of the publication on the topic of sustainability, and that's how I conclude. Thank you very much for your invitation and for your attention. Thank you very much. Let's...
Technological cluster for the agri-food.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie il microfono. Ok, buongiorno a tutti, ringrazio l'assessore Caputo, ringrazio tutti e la Regione Campania per l'invito. È il cluster tecnologico CLAN, è il cluster nazionale per lo sviluppo delle tecnologie dell'alimentazione e dell'agricoltura e raccoglie tutte le più importanti università e centri di ricerca italiani, le più importanti aziende e molti territori, adesso anche la Regione Campania che attraverso le società di trasferimento tecnologico e di diffusione dell'innovazione partecipano al cluster. Io in particolare ho seguito tutte le strategie di specializzazione intelligente della programmazione precedente, in particolare coordinavo il tavolo alimentazione e salute e il cluster in questo, come tutti i cluster tecnologici nazionali, ha una funzione che è quella principalmente di aiutare tutti i soggetti, a partire dalle istituzioni anche centrali, governative, a disegnare quelle che sono le traiettorie su cui poi collocarsi per il futuro, traiettorie di innovazione, di sviluppo tecnologico e anche di investimento, cioè quindi anche creare le opportunità per gli investimenti che poi si sviluppino in questo settore, compresi ovviamente quelli infrastrutturali. Ecco, questo diciamo è la dimensione del clan. Io in questa sessione avevo preparato una scaletta che però vorrei ribaltare perché quasi tutte le cose sono state dette, è inutile ripetere l'elenco delle cose. Allora, guardate, io sono stato educato con una rigida formazione cattolica, mi sono fatto esegesi biblica fino a 20 anni e ho imparato comunque una cosa, che la gradazione della gravità dei peccati è pensieri, parole, opere e omissioni, cioè le omissioni sono quelle più gravi. E questo è il punto che oggi dobbiamo cogliere. Oggi abbiamo un'opportunità straordinaria, che non è solo il Recovery Fund ovviamente, ma è l'opportunità straordinaria di un paradigma nuovo che, vogliamo rendercene conto o no, comunque la pandemia ha generato. Sì. E quindi da questo punto di vista noi abbiamo una concezione della necessità di fare grandi investimenti. Allora, noi dobbiamo essere coerenti. Io ho sentito parlare di diversi programmi, di diverse soluzioni, ma molto spesso noi pieghiamo i nostri obiettivi ai programmi, alle logiche dell'organizzazione dei programmi, alle technicality dei programmi. Noi dobbiamo ritornare al purpose, a quello che è il significato, l'obiettivo finale.
Go back to the final aim that we want to reach. So the purpose is to give good food, nutritious food, healthy food to 8 billion people. So giving the opportunity to everybody to have access to food and producing a very low impact on the environment. This is our challenge. The rest is useless. So that is our main goal, and we have to align our policies to this goal. In this situation, what do we have to do? First of all, we have to think that everything we've heard about, all innovations, everything related to technology must have some governance elements as well. First of all, the people. We have to attract people. In physics, if you want to be attractive, you have to increase the mass. In order to do so, when we talk about regional strategies and strategies in general, we have to take two things into consideration. When we talk about opportunities, new bottom-up opportunities, we have to make them grow. We have to design a path. We have to invest, first of all, in infrastructures, research infrastructures, which leads to the possibility to create business. And this infrastructure must create a network between startups, between universities and private sectors. So, so there should be now. I said it also because I worked for 25 years in a university consortium in Emilia-Romagna region. I said that we need a totally different governance aimed at a critical mass, but a quality one. This will be my motto for the next 5 years. We have to build big, wide infrastructures, being internationally attractive and allowing us to give new opportunities. And you, in Campania region, have this opportunity. You have a great tradition in this field. You have a very ancient university. I honestly think that the small ones can live if there is a big one. That is to say, and that is true also for universities. Of course, all around the world, they don't talk about the University of Camerino, but they instead talk about the University Federico II of Naples, among the others, for instance. This is the attractiveness I was talking about. And in this field, although research institutes activity is important. What I mean by building infrastructures, I mean we have to focus on everything that can give a different perspective about food, which is mainly health, sustainability, and everything related to the digital world. What do we need to do so? Since we are talking about food, we need biotechnologies. Biotechnologies are not the devil, but instead they are the only tool we have to improve our diet, our Mediterranean diet, our food, our DOP products. We have the Mediterranean diet, which is a very healthy one. It is an extraordinary example of One Health diet. And therefore, we have to improve it through biotechnologies. We have to work on gene editing, for instance. We need to work on this, as well as on the production methods. Because now we think about agriculture on the land and then to the transformation of products. But also farmers have to consider that there are many possibilities, vertical farming, for instance, as well as many methods, many opportunities, as well as the possibility to work in pharmaceutics. Because through agricultural production, we can also produce vaccines and drugs in general. So I really insist on biotechnologies because we have seen technology spreading all over the world and in all our lives. But when it comes to biotechnologies, we always have doubts. So we must give it some space. The very last hint is about finance. I always hear about financing tools, venture capitals, and companies financing, but it's something really old. Today, we need to share the risk. By sharing the risk, I mean sharing between public and private sectors. So creating partnerships between the public and the private sector, which means to share this risk on the basis of the outcome. In the pharmaceutical sector, the deal is that I pay the medicine only if it is useful, or I invest in the infrastructure, but I get a discount on the price. So the need is to find new ways to share risks, which is very important because this could lead farmers to share their final outcomes, to share their products on the market. So this is the need. The need is to share in general, to share risk, to share outcomes through new financial tools. This is a challenge. We just have 5 years to implement it. It means that we have to have a plan. We have to design a plan, a path within next autumn. So we have to start designing this plan, aiming at continuous improvement. I completely changed my speech, but I thought that was useful because otherwise the risk is to say always the same things.
Thank you. And now let's move on. Mrs. Fabri from the Toscana region and the Interregional Network for Research in Agriculture, Forestry, Aquaculture and Fishery. You always have 10 minutes. Thank you. I want to thank the organizers for this great opportunity that has been given to me. And I take this opportunity to share my point of view. I work in public administration and I feel, like my colleagues, the responsibility to contribute to reach these far-reaching goals within a framework of rules and regulations, the procedures that have to be complied with. So we really ask everyone, the companies and all the other stakeholders, to innovate, and we are the first who actually should innovate. These are key concepts that we have heard about many times, but I want to underline that we know that agriculture is an ecosystem that cannot be decomposed or fragmented. This means that we have to pay attention to the territory. We compete with other regions and other European regions, but we can also exchange with our colleagues thanks to the network. And we are aware that there is no one single solution. There are many potential solutions as a function of every given territory and context. We have to be aware that sustainability can be articulated in three aspects. First of all, environmental sustainability and economic sustainability, and last but not least, social sustainability that allows us to guarantee the economic viability of farming and to meet the needs of citizens. For Toscana, for our region, agriculture as a collective dimension, and it is a social phenomenon, and creativity and innovation is also a collective practice. In this meeting, you are working on issues that are also very important for us as public officials. Agriculture, combining techniques that are respectful of the soil, of the planet, and that protect diversity. Also, Campania has a great heritage and diversity of crops. So this means strengthening competitiveness, the competitiveness of our country. We can promote local economic systems rooted in tradition, but also with an eye to the health of the planet. Precision agriculture is paramount. In 2016, we launched our role in Europe, and we were aware of our potentials, but we also know that precision agriculture is not an end in itself, it's only a tool. To avoid that SMEs are overwhelmed from a technology that they do not master. So information, training, education, the development of the human capital must go hand in hand, with the rest of the process. This is an important element. And then we talk about young people. It's important. I want to refer to the future of our children. We hope a better environment to them, better than we found it. We have to pay attention to the impact of innovation and our activity. Our goal must be a better life for everyone. These elements, this introduction, is paramount to tackle two issues that we are all working on. Collaboration, so close collaboration between industry, researchers, professionals, knowledge providers, and civil society to share the opportunities generated by scientific and technological progress. And as public officials, we have to pay attention to all the activities of assessment to play an active role Peer review is paramount, exchange is paramount. We can all learn from one another. So the two networks that I represent here, and many of you are also full-fledged members of these networks. You have 2 minutes. These networks are important tools. The IRF actually There are 50 regions, 38 observers, 21 European member states, and 2 extra-European or third countries. And there are 2 working groups. You can find all this information in our website. And the interregional network for research in agriculture, forestry, aquaculture and fishery is a network of the colleagues who are involved in these fields in all the regions. And from this point of view, I want to underline that the sharing of our experience is really proving very useful. We are so happy to meet our citizens' expectations. So we are really working very well together. And one of the groups that we are involved is that working on simplification. The efficacy of a strategy passes through easy to apply strategies. I don't have time to probe into these issues, and I jump to my conclusions. It has already been said that there is a relationship between ethics and innovation. New technologies impose a price, and that can be paid with innovation and creativity. We have to be ethical in all the steps of the process, from the ideation phase to the management and also the monitoring and assessment, because accessibility is a thing, health is a thing. I mean, these are issues and questions that we have to pay attention to as public officials. And so this is what guides our action. Thank you very much.
Jonas Lazzaro Maioca di Fundedric Europe. 10 minutes. I will inform you 2 minutes before.
Hello, and thank you, everybody. First, I would like to thank the Regione Campania for this invitation to talk today. And I would like to focus mainly on the scenarios more than the trends. We have heard a lot of trends today. I would like to focus on the scenarios and also on how it links to the skills, which I think is also very relevant for the food and drink sector. First, a couple of words on who we are. So Food Drink Europe is an umbrella organization that works in Brussels that represents the national federations, like Federalimentari in Italy, for example, sector associations like beer or wine sectors, and major companies, as you can see in my slide. And what we are about 1.2 billion in turnover as the highest manufacturing sector in the food industry. And we have about 300,000 of companies, which I have to say 99% of them are mostly small and medium enterprises. So I would like to talk a little bit on what was the pressure in the sector before COVID-19. And I have to say that obviously the sector is under quite a high level of challenges. I put some examples here, like dietary diseases, malnutrition, climate change, biodiversity loss, or animal welfare. But all this has an effect on the system, effects in the human health, effects on the environmental sustainability, effects on the accessibility to food, effects on the diversity of the food that we consume, or even in the power balance of the society or the competitiveness in the sector. And then we have this scenario today of COVID-19, which really has affected the way that the system works in the short term, but obviously we'll have to have recovery or a sustainable recovery, as some call it. And then we still have some issues like the exchange, international trade, and so on to be. Let me just reflect a little bit on the effects of the COVID-19. So we saw about 1 year ago major effects on disruption in the single market, so closing frontiers and not allowing some transports to have. So we saw how our global system suffers from these type of actions, and we saw massive transport bottlenecks, and we saw different ways of different countries addressing the different issues, which at the end came up with many challenges to the sector. Perhaps one of the major things to focus on as Europe is that we didn't have a EU-wide harmonized approach to things like the workforce or how to deal with seasonal workers, like workers from Poland to Germany or from Morocco to Spain, or how we had to close sectors in the Eureka tourism and event sectors, which really disrupted the whole value chain downstream and upstream. Let me show some data. So this is a graph of 2020. As you can see, the second quarter of the year was really damaging the sector, but we are still recovering. We are still fully in full shape. As you can see, there are problems in the liquidity of the companies, the supply of our ingredients, but also international trade or how to get the staff back to work. I will have to highlight in this slide here the role of SMEs. So I should mention again that 99% of the industry sector are small and medium enterprises that work in different sectors, all suffer differently, and really they are still struggling. So we have to put our aims in innovation area. I'm going to move a little faster. So I will explain a little bit on how skills are related to the challenges
2 minutes
for the future. Okay. And then we can see here how IT skills were highly promoted, but the skills that related to face-to-face challenges were. So what are the skills needed in the sector? And that's something perhaps as a message to the Campania region, but perhaps to all European countries. So we really need consumer-faced business skills and how to focus on SMEs in relevant skills like business-oriented skills, communication, marketing, financial skills, but also on things that are more tailor-made, like how to provide learning by doing and other formulas like vocational training apprenticeships available in all Europe, as well affordable. So even small enterprises can afford to hire these services, but also to get close to the universities and to the research centers and also to the training centers to find the right skills for the innovation of the future. And I think I will finish it here.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Andiamo verso la fine con l'ultimo.
So the last speaker, Mr. Brunori from the University of Pisa, great expert of innovation and rural development. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizer. I will try to catch the time. I would like to start from what recently I've done in the field of innovation. I've been coordinator of a group of experts for Standing Committee for the Agriculture Research within European Commission. And we were asked to imagine a scenario for the 2050 and what will happen in the research field, what research should have been done in order to reach the aim of sustainable development. So we've been thinking about an operational space which was correct and safe. We involved many researchers, operators, private people, private institutions, And together we have been trying to define some path in order to reach these goals. As you know, these are extremely ambitious goals. For instance, climate neutrality is very important for agriculture and food, and is really very far. So, starting from this point of awareness, we have been thinking what means transition. Transition means a structural change, so not simply an acceleration of changing processes, but also deviation of the main processes. This implies changes of ideas, paradigms, the circulating economy, diversification. These are terms representing really important changes compared to the past. Another aspect which has been stressed for my predecessors is if the ecologic transition means changing of behaviors. Let's think about Mediterranean diet. It's something we have to reach, but we didn't reach it yet. So let's say probably the Mediterranean diet was there in the past, but doesn't longer exist. So we have to think not only about technological innovation, but also and mainly to social innovation. And in terms of policies for research and innovation, transition rises problems that we didn't encounter in the past. Today, we need an oriented innovation, not just a good innovation idea. So this does mean that in any case, innovation can give good results in terms of progress, but we really need an oriented innovation in order to explore the different aspects in order to maximize solutions which are win-win solutions, and there are not losers, only winners who are going to find a compromise among them. So it is paramount to build up a system of knowledge. And if we think about university resumes, in Pisa, we are already transforming, changing these resumes in a sustainable agriculture by introducing the importance of digitalization. And also the school programs have to be adapted. And more important is the reconstruction of knowledge system as for the agriculture field, as it has been suggested from the reforms of agriculture policy. Let's say we have got three main key elements. So partnerships that will allow to build up synergies and new identities, new visions, new technostructures able to organize and direct these new processes that can update the agenda, that can interface with the policy and can control and monitor. And then networks of technicians who are aware of what it means digitalization. Platforms will completely change the way of thinking, the way of assist in technical terms. So we cannot work on individual initiatives. Then we need an experimentation on the field through real networks who are able to do testing. All these ideas will be useful. We have to engage ourselves, we have to cooperate, and I believe that the Today initiative is a good start. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for controlling the time of all these participants, but because all of you are very important, I wanted to devote time to everybody. We have got important challenges with great and new objectives, goals and aims. These are not only challenges related to territory, but these are challenges related to a system. So we all know that an ecosystem can be really complex, but this is a field where we have still to experiment, to believe that there is a rich land, and Campania region today more than ever offer and behaves as a lab, experimenting point for new strategies. So we really hope to involve all the actors who were present here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Del Giudice. Now you know why we gave her this arduous task and difficult task. She's very good in governing even a difficult situation. I believe that we can start next to focus on financing engineering. Before there was Mr. Saiello here. Here we are. I would like to give him the floor together with Mr. Gallo, who will be the coordinator of this session. We talk about financial engineer. These are important actors for a system that we have to innovate. When we talk about the financial engineer, we say everything and nothing, of course. We have to imagine tools which can help and escort companies in this peculiar moment, especially in the south, especially in this region, in the Campania region, where capitalization of companies, businesses is not so strong, and mainly in the agriculture sector, the situation is still very difficult. The bank system is not always open towards this sector, who actually would deserve a lot of investments from financial bodies. Before giving the floor to Mr. Gallo, I would like to let Mr. Saiello, President for the Special Commission on Innovation of our Campania region, I would like to give him the floor for the today works. Good morning, everybody. I would like, first of all, thank Mr. Caputo, the Councillor, to inviting me. I'm really happy and glad to be here mainly for the topic we are discussing here. I believe Campania region is the forefront region because Campania approved a network commission on the topic of innovation and sustainability and relaunching of companies. Let's say we have been starting a cycle of auditions in order to listen the different perception and ideas of productive sectors and what is the impact from the pandemic period, not only from the damage point of view, but also in terms of changes, because the pandemic really influenced our way of living, consuming, etc. We are collecting all these data, the needs and proposals in order to distribute and share these ideas with ministries, councils, with the Ministry of Foreign Ministries and talking about internationalization, export, in order to look at the future relaunching of agriculture. So let's say the idea, common idea is that in order to conquer the competitiveness on the market and have the ability to acquire the credibility and solidity in order to access new great markets, global markets, we have to focus on technology and innovation. And we do not talking only about the speed, but also about the high quality and a great attention on the products. We have to pay attention to sustainability as well, of course. We have been talking many times this morning about sustainable development. This is a very important term for our future. We are trying to put together all these synergies because it's fundamental in this phase to create a team in the agri-food sector. We have recorded certain changes in terms of statistics. The consumption has changed, and we noticed a specific indicator related to certain specific foods which can help immune system to fight certain factors. So this situation, the present situation, is really affecting also the consuming approach as well as the selling approach. We would like to boost the enterprise strategies and consortia. Sometimes the small farmer cannot find the right strength and cannot understand how to access new market that can be helped by virtual instruments. So we can also focus on this possibility. We must have the right help and be escorted to be able to promote our products. I would like to thank once again the councillor, and I am here always available. I believe that we are working all together and we are going in the right direction to reach better goals. Thank you very much. And we establish a great relation today, and this shows the synergy which is developing today. I would like to say hello to Ms. Deputy Iodice, who is here, and now I give the floor to Mr. Gallo to introduce this session, a new session. And here we really are eager to listen to new inputs to be used for the new planning.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to chair over this masterclass on financial engineering, alternative finance, innovation, and agriculture. Are you staying with us, or? Well, there are some panelists also here, and others will call us from their locations. I can invite Professor Fabian Capitani from the University of Naples, and here we also have Bob Hasley from LSI Venture. And also the president of the Agriculture Committee of the Campania region. We have a very good relationship with them. I want to thank them. give him the floor to say a few words. Well, no, he will take the floor later. Actually, this is very important. This morning we have pronounced the word system and ecosystem many times, and
a cui chiedo sin d'ora il rispetto.
I ask the panelists to stick to the time allotted. So let's listen to their point of view. How can finance support innovation in agriculture? At the dawn of the new programming that is starting, and with the opportunities offered to our country thanks to the approval of the Next Generation EU funds, and with the new CAP 2023-2027. Well, so in this moment, there are many resources available for our country and for our region. So it would be a shame, it would be a pity if these resources were wasted. We should all play our part. We want to listen to your indications. We want your opinion, and we should all work together to create the necessary conditions for development. Next Generation Europe aims at creating a better future for future generations. Let's use this time to listen to your ideas, to start projects that are realistic and sustainable. Sustainability is a very important theme. Let's start our work. The first presenter is Mario Caputo, who is the coordinator of the Working Group on Alternative and Integrated Finance for Agriculture, Campania Region, on New Agriculture Programming Committee. Is he here? Good morning. Can you hear us? Unfortunately, the sound is not so good. Please, you have 10 minutes. If you can make it in 8 minutes, it would even be better. Unfortunately, the sound is very poor. I'll try and stay within 8 minutes. I was not ready to be the first, but I'm more than willing to start. I want to refer to the experience during the past programming period. Many Italian regions in the period of 14-20 have gained a certain experience with financial engineering. Talking about financial instruments connected with the management and implementation of European structural investment funds. Well, the history of financial instruments started in 2007, 2013, and then has continued in the following period, 14-20. There have been ups and downs, and it is worth reflecting on the experience gained, especially because here we are talking about how finance can support innovation. especially in the food and agricultural industry. We should bear in mind that the world of agriculture and farming and food processing is highly diversified. There are very small businesses and very large corporations. It is necessary that we promote public and private partnership, as Professor Bonoretti was saying when he made reference to financial instruments. But this means that we are confronted with a highly complex universe. There are single small farmers who do not even draft financial accounts and large corporations with high-tech research labs. So how can finance intervene in such a diversified universe? Well, financial instruments have always been perceived in the framework of European funds as additional instruments to guarantee a certain type of intervention and to make access to credit easier. Also, the Campania region in the 14-20 PSR, so the Regional Development Plan 14-20, accessed to the Agri-Italy Guarantee Platform involving the European Fund for Investments, the European Bank for Investments, and other national financial institutions. So there was this action. There was an ex-ante assessment in 2016, and then because actually that was provided for in the regulation. So Campania, with 10 million euros, adhered to this platform, this multi-regional platform. It was then possible, to use it to have access to credit. The platform is a fund of funds. It's a fund that invests in shares of existing funds, and there are interventions to guarantee investments delivered and granted by banks to support investments in agriculture production. So it's important for farmers, for individual farmers and SMEs. I'd like to draw your attention onto this aspect in particular. It is really an umbrella measure that can meet different expectations and different needs, because there are different stakeholders and different contexts. This tool, this instrument, has a certain scale, and scale matters when it comes to financial instruments. But in order to meet specific needs, you need to find a trade-off between a minimum size required and a minimum standardization required to have the necessary critical mass of intervention and the sustainability and viability of the instrument in terms of management costs, and the context that you want to intervene and the problem that you want to tackle. So the instrument, this platform, such a platform, didn't really work 360 degrees. because there were very different needs. Maybe the needs of the farmers were not really matching the criteria. There are three weaknesses that we can identify in such an instrument. And this is also confirmed in the analysis, the reports of independent evaluators. I mean, the organizations of producers were not really involved, engaged. They were not acting as multipliers of information. And the DEXA in 2013 and the contract signed in 2019 and the full operational instrument when the COVID-19 started, all these events modified the dynamics of access to credit. So there were other difficulties as well. The extraordinary legislation last year have allowed for more advantageous instruments. And there is a lack of skills. We have to bridge this gap via training because financial instruments are not well known. The entrepreneurs, the farmers do not have a specific knowledge of these instruments. And this is why they are poorly used or exploited. I have to kindly ask you to try and conclude. I'm closing. The financing gap in agriculture very small companies, very small businesses, family-run businesses. I mean, these are the features of our fabric of businesses. And then it takes new generations of farmers, but they being young, they also have difficulties in having access to credits. There would be many other problems, but we should really act on this so that financial tools stop being seen as experimental and can become full-fledged instruments to help the agricultural sector. We need a mix of traditional instruments and innovative forms. We have to balance subsidies and financial instruments. We should reduce costs and we should really try and meet the specific needs, the financial needs of the stakeholders. So the programming phase becomes paramount in order to foresee the use of financial instruments that can be synergistic and integrated with the programming and the goals that we want to reach. They should be thought about during the programming phase and not ex post. So they should really be part of the programming phase. So integration and the analysis of the specific needs. I mean, these are the two things that, these are the two priorities for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Mi scuso per,
Thank you. I'm sorry for the very short time we granted you, but we have many speakers. It was very interesting to learn something about the functioning, and you mentioned to time if there is a word matching with innovation, that is time. Let's now move on to science, to the world of universities. Now give the floor to Fabian Capitano, who is the coordinator of the working group on the management of risk in agriculture for Campania region, and is also an expert working at the World Bank and at the Italian Ministry. Thank you, Luigi. Good morning, everyone. Also those who are following us online. Are there some slides? Yes, of course there are. I'll try to give an innovative point of view. I'll try to give you a message. I would start from the scenarios we have long talked about in the very first part of the morning. From the point of view of the business risk, we are now living in a different world due to climate change, as we all know. Another thing that changed is, for instance, the point of view of farmers, and in particular the economic growth in China, in India, in the southeast, which have actually shifted their diet from animal proteins to plant-based proteins, which created a total shift, a complete shift in the market, in the global agriculture market. You know how important it is to have a higher demand of meat, of rice than of meat. Then there is the biofuel question. So we are living in a completely different context from the point of view of climate, of politics, and of society. This slide is just to say that now we are in a very complex phase, a phase which I would say is moving us from the risk era to the uncertainty era. If we would like to define it very easily, we could say that even if by talking about risk in the risk time, we were able to make provisions about the future, this changing we are witnessing, most of all from a climate point of view, are putting us in a completely new phase of history, in a new era, which makes everything more complex and more difficult, most of all from the point of view of the sustainability of farms, because what is important to underline, it's very important and very easy to understand, is that we made a theoretical and historic mistake in Europe, that is to match risk with insurance. It's a very naive mistake, because insurances were born in order to insure, to cover farms from very big problems, but it does not insure farm and farmers from other kinds of problems related, for instance, to credit or having a high credit. Therefore, what is important is to strengthen and improve the relationship with banks. What is also important is also that climate change is leading to a change in land property as well. You know that 98% of farms don't have certified budgets, and in this field, the absence, the shortage of budgets creates a communication problem in the relationship between banks and farms. So we are living in a period when we need investments and funds, but we are also in a moment where land property is put at risk. This means that also also this situation will change. What are we then facing? We are going to face financing and economic management that necessarily has to focus on a set of tools. So we have to get out of the situation we've been into in the last 20 years, but we have to focus to aim at a sort of agricultural portfolio. Therefore, a set of tools which must support farms in this very high transition period. This slide is to say that we are basically talking about men and women working in agriculture. I've heard of many beautiful things, but nobody has already as yet talked about farmers. Farmers are those who give us food from the point of view of research, from the point of view of stakeholders. They are the real engine of the sector. They ensure biodiversity, they ensure the access to food, to quality food, etc. 4 million people work in agriculture in Italy. We're not talking about something abstract, therefore. We are talking about millions of people who, through their work, guarantee a wide range of priorities, of things, who are facing a very new phase. I gave you some numbers here, just to give you some hints, some signals, but basically we're living a high transition period, a true change in our market, in our history. We experience a loss of 2 billion euros for damages, and therefore we have to be ready to face these new problems, these new damages deriving from natural disasters. What does this mean? It means that after 2022 we need new tools and new approaches. We need new experiments as well, and the Campania region already knows about that. The most important thing that is highlighted is a 3% withdrawal from budget, which is to be invested in a catastrophe insurance, which will become compulsory. This is the sign of a commitment by the European Union that transferring this risk to insurance companies is absolutely necessary to face the new challenges that Italian farms have to face, and which is useful, which is pivotal to widen the number of insured people. We know that in Italy, very few provinces in Italy do so, and our aim is exactly to widen this number of people who benefit from insurances and who are now exposed to all the disasters that farms can have to face because they have no guarantees and no insurance. Thank you, Professor, for your hints.
So let's go on with an intervention by remote. So we have got the intervention of Miss Milena Dobreva. I don't know if she's connected. I believe she's not connected. Probably we have got some indications. Grazie Milena. Devo chiedere, mi scuso, non più di 10 minuti.
Can you speak?
Hello. Do you hear me now?
The problem is no good. Abbiamo... Non dipende da noi. Che facciamo? Direi di passare a un altro relatore probabilmente. Sì, suo della relatrice. Allora approfittiamo della presenza di Bob Asley.
So we have Bob Asley.
Innovation ecosystem, or investor in innovation ecosystem, especially for the agri-food sector.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The time is always the same, no more than 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Scusami, io non parlare italiano. Io amici di Nicola Caputo 30 anni.
I apologize for not speaking Italian. I've known Nicola Caputo for 30 years and he's always told me that my Italian is very poor.
Years of experience in helping young companies achieve their dreams, innovation dreams. I'm normally invited to China to speak to senior government officials and young scientists and talk to them about innovation. And the speech I give is about from the laboratory to commercialization to success. It's about 1 hour, so I don't have time to give you the full presentation, but I'll talk to about 2 key ingredients that I think are important to focus on. I think that agriculture obviously is very important because for human existence you have to have food, water, and shelter. And the innovation you create through agricultural innovation will sustain humanity as the population grows. I think that one of the areas that all innovators need is capital, and that's where really my focus is. They're raising the capital and the right partners for young innovators. Most people struggle to raise the funds they need, and there are many assets that you can attach to try to get money. Many governments, countries have governments and associations who help fund, or it's a public-private partnership in funding innovation. My focus is more traditional, what I call friends and family, angel investors, venture capital, PE funds, family offices, and impact investors. And I usually tell young innovators, as you seek capital, try to really understand the requirements and the expectations of your investor. And this is very important because if you don't, you may end up losing your company and your technology. So I have them get a clear understanding of the investor's expectations on return on investment and the timeline they give you to achieve that return. Many times the way I prefer to work is with, especially young innovators, is with family offices and impact investors who really have a focus on investing in technologies that improve human life and improve the environment. They're much more philanthropic in nature and much more flexible to work with, and they can also provide you a lot of support as you move forward. So that's one point, is really understanding the investor. The other point is I have several companies. One of the companies I use the most for young scientists is Laureate Science Alliance. It's a non-for-profit public benefit organization. I have as a chairman Sir Richard Roberts, who's a Nobel laureate. And actually, his discovery of how to splice genes are the basis for a lot of the innovations we have today, from GMOs, CRISPR-9, and many spin-offs. I also work with other Nobel laureates and top scientists around the world, and I try to partner them with the young innovators to give them support and advice and mentoring. One of the things I found very interesting in talking to these top scientists is the importance of failure in achieving success and breakthroughs in technology. So for example, Sir Richard, I asked him, how did you achieve your breakthrough knowledge? And he said, well, I had a hypothesis and I did an experiment based on the hypothesis and I failed. I changed things, I tried again and failed again. He failed the third time, and then he went back and did a careful analysis of the whole process, and he found the way that you were able to split and combine genes, which is a big breakthrough. And many other scientists have told me the same thing. So it's very important that young scientists not be afraid of failure and embrace failure, and from that they will find their dreams. And kind of in closing, because I know it's a very limited time, when I was a young boy, I loved science from an early age. And one of my family's good friends in Mexico, where I'm from, Mexico City originally, was a Nobel laureate, Norm Borlaug, who's really the father of the Green Revolution. This was back in the 1950s, so I'm much older than all of you here. And I asked him one time at dinner if he could give me some words of advice. And what I tell young scientists is stretch, reach for the stars, you'll capture some stardust, never give up, be flexible, work hard, and don't be afraid. I now say don't be afraid of failure. And I've kept that, and I've shared that with many, many young scientists, and I have many success stories to tell you with the people that I've helped. I would say that one example is a company that was brought to me. They were struggling, a young man and a husband and wife, and they had discovered a really cutting-edge biologic to help improve cancer treatments, especially chemical treatments of cancer, biologics. And they were struggling to raise $3 million so they would not lose the control of their company. And I was able, in a month's time, to get the $3 million for them. This was in 1995. In 1996, I raised another $105 million for them. And this last December, they did an IPO on Wall Street, and their market cap is $1.3 billion as of today. Now, that's a bigger story, but I've helped a lot of small companies achieve their dreams that have had an impact on human health, well-being, and the environment. I would say that next year I'll be 80 years old and away from my wife, my wonderful wife, and children and grandchildren. My greatest pleasure has been helping young scientists, young innovators achieve their dreams. Anybody have questions after, I'd be glad to sit down and discuss it with you. And anyway, I know that I'm here because I'm going to meet several technology companies while I'm here in Italy that I think have really good technologies that I can help raise capital and get them to market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bob. Thank you very much. Proviamo a risentire la responsabile della BEI, Migdalena.
Let's try again with the previous speaker, with Miglena. Are you with us? No. Let's continue.
Non riusciamo.
We can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Forse senza video.
Probably.
Good morning.
Good morning, Milena. Without video, it's better. Anche la BEI c'ha qualche problema. No.
A proposito,
Yes, but we don't listen.
È troppo lento.
lasciala fare che poi un po'.
Si carica.
Ma così.
Milena, we have problem to listen you. Sorry. It's impossible for us to listen. It's not.
Imaging authorities or stakeholders.
Ma se fa col cellulare.
Vabbè. No, passerei Andrei on next. Relatore, sentiamo.
The next speaker is
Se con noi il rappresentante del No, il rappresentante
the representative of Montepaschi di Siena.
Buongiorno. Ecco.
Good morning, let's Sophia. We're more lucky. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Thank you to Campania Regio for giving me this opportunity. I try to talk about what Montepaschi di Siena Bank does in this sector, but also in the bank world in general. The banks are in general not very sensible in this sector, I know, but I would like to talk to you about what we do. I'm the responsible of the agri-food process at Montepaschi di Siena Bank. I'm responsible about the PNRR process, and all these aspects, all these tools are for the agricultural sector. So the bank wanted to find among its many employees those who were expert in banks, in finance, but also in agriculture. So we, in the end, created a department where we speak the same language, where we all know about agriculture. We avoided training. We found people with owning farms as well. We have some hubs, one in Battipaglia, for instance, and one in Caserta. In Siena and all over the nation, there is also an agri-food center which is available, and therefore we are there. Since 1 year, we wanted to create this tool for agriculture because otherwise the risk was to speak different languages. The risk was to only talk about money, but not about farms in general. We are also involving postgraduate students. The world of banks has difficulty in speaking to the agricultural world because everything it did, all tools that were already there were adapted to agriculture. What we did was to create brand new tools aligned with agriculture. We created a product, a plan, a project, a 15-year project to replant lands, lands for like vines or nuts lands. We implemented this tool in vineyards, for instance. We designed tools with the exact names for agriculture. For instance, we created wine forms, and therefore I'm really satisfied that I created these tools. We also created a bank which accelerates the supply chain processes. For instance, we accelerated Fileni company, and we gave them a 35 million plafond to finance all its processes. One of the speakers before talked about the difficulty to understand agriculture, but agriculture is very easy to understand. We have to make a shift and we have to start thinking that farms must not be considered as as other companies. And there are some peculiarities that banks must know, because otherwise this remains a theory and does not become practical. Just mention what we are doing and what we are aiming to implement about the National Plan for Recovery and Resiliency. My office, in this case, has just one task, just to recollect all the money that we need. I want this money to be used as much as we can. I study some article codes or business codes, and I've seen that the agricultural sectors we are going to see from 15 to 20 billion euros, and therefore we need all the entrance tools that we have. And we need to work so that to give this money to farmers. We are working on that. I'm really optimistic about that. We are creating platforms. We have, for instance, a platform called Trova Bandi. We're experimenting it, but I can already say that it works. And according to the city, it finds all possible resources and funds that can be destined to agriculture. That is what it should do. That is what banks should do. Banks should think with the mind of the sectors, because otherwise it won't work. I'm very happy about what we did at this bank. Of course, we haven't finished yet. There's a lot to do. I need you, your association, to give contributions, because as more contributions I can gather, the more I can be close to the needs of this fantastic sector. Also because the entire recovery economic circle starts from here. This Marshall Plan Volume 2 must start from here and must start from agriculture, therefore, from the public, but we have to be good as Italy and as banks, because this money must come here and must be used, implemented in practical projects, substantial projects. Because we are a very important part of the country, of society in general, so we all have to help each other because it's a very unique occasion. The more we cooperate, the better we are, and the more money we can give to farmers and farms in general. I've been very brief because I cannot talk about everything, but look, in our offices and in our companies, which are very good, you can go and have a hands-on experience about what we do. We therefore create tools, products that are transformed into money given in the best way. And I'm not saying this because I work for Monte dei Paschi di Siena, but is to say that this is a project we are investing in. I'm passionate about that, but we are also investing money, and this money must come to you. And I think I'm expressing not only the view of my bank, but also of many other people who will share it. So go to our branches, go to our offices, look at what we do, because we are working very much to reach each one of you. Thank you. I'll give you some 3 minutes, and I hope I was able to transfer my vision. Thank you for the words and from the passion coming from your words.
So I would like to give the floor to Sharon Stonen. Here we are. Good morning, everybody. Okay, first of all, I'm going to start. I would like to thank all the organizer and Campania region for inviting me to contribute to this great the conversation. So, funding for member of agriculture in Tecnitalia and other works. I've been working in the innovation in the field of agri-food, and in particular for ecosystem to promote condivision sharing of projects. For 5 years I've been working in a company which developed a very important event on innovation on agriculture, and it's very important to work at a multi-level. I would like to talk about the cooperation of ecosystems. I'm really lucky because I know from very close different realities which are promoting a new vision as the food system should become in the future. The ecosystem term is used or abused lately, but sometimes we forget about the potential, the revolutionary potential based on sharing and cooperation and condivision processes. Sometimes we talk about ecosystem which is based on a certain geographical area. This is not bad, but from my point of view, I believe that we have to widen our horizon in order to let these ideas go farther. So often we talk about collective smart intelligence, which is able to overcome the limits of individual knowledge. We know that each territory has got a specific problem, and sometimes solutions are not cannot be implemented for everybody. So we want to develop and exploit a network of persons with knowledge and spread it all over the world. We have to put them together in order to enhance projects and solutions which will be working for the natural balances. I believe this is possible. It's possible to reach these goals through long-lasting cooperation. We have to look at the problems in an holistic way, and we have to open doors to new cooperation. Before I was talking about a problem which have to be solved. We cannot talk only about problems. As founder of Agri-Food Tech Italy, we created this in order to support the agri-food startup. There are also economic opportunities based on new strategies which will help us to create a national and international network made of people and bodies able to transform ideas and projects in order to facilitate their access to capitals and markets. We are not we want to support the creation of a very strong Italian system which is united with all the actors of innovation in order to develop a new strategy to help Italy to compete in the world, develop systems and projects in order to present to the world our united mission. So to let talents come out. We know that in the last few years we have reached the good results. Even Campania region got success with a project called Ci Credo, I believe in it. But we have to work in order to be at the same level of Europe There have been done a lot of investments. I'm talking about 0.1% of the capital invested at the global level in this sector. But the innovation and the quality of solutions are very good, and despite of the sector, we reach 25% of internal gross product. We have to work together as a team. We are a bit late, although we have got good solutions. 1,410 are the startups born between 210 and 220, and only 41 could get some financing. So we are talking about 5% of startups. 2019, Italy was at the 8th rate, but only 14 in volume of capital invested. So this is a classification which appeared in our report and tells us that Italian startup represent 6.8 of a global of total of 0.1 of capital collected. Italy has got the potential, 50% the capital compared to what has been done. There is not a lot of competition with foreign investors, so this startup risk to disappear because of the appearance of new competitors, new startup. What can we do? What Italy can do? What are the consequences? A great economic damage and potential benefits for the agri-food, which could really enjoy some increase in this sector. If we are a bit late, so we risk to pay a very high price. So the association that we founded has got some new proposal to increase the position of Italian startups in the agri-food national sector. We try to have a discussion with all the stakeholders at the international level, the spreading of proposal, and also the creation of important centers to compete at global level, the introduction of incentives and vouchers, and major allocation for our startup. These could support our startups, and progressively there could be some new entrepreneurial projects, not only at the national but also at the international level, to promote the agri-food in Italy and abroad. But we need to create awareness, create an ecosystem networks, work together in order to maximize our actions. We believe that although there are some margin of bettering, Italy has to go in this direction, and through condivision and cooperation, through open sources, open sectors, we can go much far, not only at the national level, but also at the international level, also thanks to some funds which can arrive very soon. I'm really glad to be here today, and I wish you a great afternoon. Thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to give the floor to Mitch Slidismea. Thank you.
I see him connected. I don't know if he... Can you hear me?
Forse se prova a parlare.
Try to speak. We can't hear you, I'm sorry. We can't hear you. Don't know if you hear me.
Non so. Penso sia un problema di audio, non lo...
I think there's a problem with the audio. We can see your slides, but we cannot hear your voice.
No, Mi avevano chiesto di... va bene, allora niente, facciamo...
Okay, so we make another test with our representative. Miglena.
Hello.
Hello.
I hope
Probably
now
we are more lucky.
And
Yes.
apologies for these technical issues. I would like to thank first to Region of Campania for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank
It's
you.
been quite interesting morning so far, and the presentations before that I followed were quite interesting for me. I'm not going to show slides, but I'll just briefly say a few words on our side. I'm working at the FICOMPAS team, and FICOMPAS is a platform for advisory services on financial instruments under the European Structural and Investment Funds that was set up in the current, to call it like this, 2014-2020 programming period in partnership with the European Commission, offering advice for 4 shared management funds like European Regional Development Fund, European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, ESF, and last but not least, the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. And the platform has been supporting managing authorities and stakeholders interested in implementing or looking at the options to implement financial instruments very intensively, and the indications are that the platform will continue also in the next period. Briefly, together with the relevant DGs, DG Agri, Mare, Regio, and Employment, we offer to the managing authorities and stakeholders either horizontal information aimed at explaining what financial instruments are and raising more awareness and creating knowledge about this type of support, or also we do studies on what's happening on the ground, and I'll come back to this in a minute. And also we have a service that is more like offering tailored learning opportunities for the managing authorities for preparation of their financial instruments. And listening to the interventions before, I think it could be something interesting for the audience. To give a bit of flavor of what we do in practical terms, I wanted to mention a study that we have completed last year under the European Fund for Agricultural Rural Development on the financial needs in agriculture and agri-food sectors in 24 member states. And one of these 24 member states is also Italy. And looking at the big numbers, and it is relevant when we speak about financial instruments to have a feedback from the ground and what are the needs, and that the total gap is significant in these two sectors, and it ranges between 20 and 40 billion euros across the EU, and looking at the agri-food sector is around 20 billion euros. And as we all know, financial instruments are a mean, and they're not tool that always should be used. There should be a need, and it should address this specific need. And based on the numbers, we can say that there is a room for financial instruments in all these member states that we've analyzed, either in the form of loans, guarantees, or equity, in order to address this gap when it comes to access to finance of the enterprises in the member states. And maybe looking at the point of innovation in the sector, an equity instrument might be a solution to be considered. So far, we don't have examples for equity instruments set up under the EFRD, but when it comes to development of new products and technologies, this might be a suitable solution. And in each member state, of course, this would vary, and it needs to be analyzed. And then looking at Italy, because probably it's interesting for our audience today, the study showed up that there is a gap in the agricultural sector between 10 million euros and 1 billion euros. And this is a sign that financial instruments can help. And we know also Mr. Caputo mentioned in his presentation that there are already financial instruments under the FRD that are being set up and used in Italy. And in addition, we know that the government and the managing authorities are looking for this, either using financial instruments also in the Italian CAP strategic plan. I'm sure it's still in the making, but it's a good starting point to consider and not to exclude. And I'll not go to further details on the study because without the slides it's not so interesting. And I would invite the interested people from the audience to look in the study reports that are available on the FICOMPAS website, and I'll put in the chat in a bit the links to make it easier. Another important study that I wanted to mention is also an analysis that we did as regards the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. Because if we look across the European Structural and Investment Funds, this is the fund where there is less or very limited use of financial instruments. And we were, together with DG Mare, were looking at the reasons, what is the problem for the managing authorities, and why this type of support is not very much used and appreciated in their member states. And probably not surprisingly enough, probably it might be similar for Italy, the main reason for not using this type of support was the preference for grants type of support when it comes to targeted final recipients or beneficiaries. And then the reasons were mentioned, the other reasons that were mentioned were complexity of the delivery mechanism, the insufficient level of knowledge among the stakeholders that need to deploy and set up this innovative type of support. And furthermore, we looked at the provisions that are related to the rules or the regulations when it comes to financial instruments under the shared management funds. And there is an interesting point that also I think was highlighted earlier today, that rules have been significantly simplified. There are novelties that have been introduced, for example, the possibility to extend or continue one financial instrument over 2 consecutive programming periods or more. There are more flexible rules when it comes to combining grants and financial instruments in one operation. And there are others, but it's not the time, not the place. It's just important message that there is significant simplification, and this is another important reason why this type of support should be considered by the managing authorities, and that it could address the needs and support the enterprises in the not only in the fisheries and aquaculture sectors, but it's relevant across for all the funds, because the rules, the main rules for financial instruments are prescribed in the Common Provisions Regulation, and it applies for all the funds. Before, just the other thing that comes to my mind is that in the study we also identified some initiatives for blue economy that have been set up at more EU level, the Blue Invest Fund or initiative, some of you might be familiar or not, but has been set up by DG Mare together with the European Investment Fund. And we also have Portugal Blue, another instrument that has been set up at national level in Portugal using national resources. And both of them, these instruments, they're quite interesting, and there is lessons learned there already that could be considered by stakeholders interested in looking this type of engineering exercise of using financial instruments. This is so in our report, so it might be, for people interested, it might be good to have a look. And before closing, just wanted to mention about one of the activities we offer for managing authorities under the 5 Compass, and it is the so-called targeted coaching service. And we launched this for the managing authorities under the European Fund for Agriculture and Rural Development, and now it is rolled out and used across all the shared management funds. This service is a bit specific because it is not, apart from the providing information and support or raising knowledge, it is delivered in a more bespoke way, where it's the managing authorities that are interested could reach out to either PI Compass or to their colleagues from the desk officers in DG Agri to request the service. And then if we look in the practical terms how it's delivered, it's behind closed doors, and it's delivered in cooperation with the colleagues from DG Agri on our side and the managing authority. Also, stakeholders that are the paying agencies or certifying body or other relevant national authorities could also join. But the idea that it's more open. Nobody should be gives the opportunity that people ask their questions in a more practical way, and it's much easier. In addition, based on the questions and the need of topics raised by the managing authorities, the training could be tailored to the interested party. And interestingly enough, the targeted coaching probably is known among some of the majority maybe of managing authorities in Italy. And here to my mind comes some of the regions that participated since the launch of this service, and it's Veneto, Emilia-Romagna, Puglia, Calabria, Sicily, and I think recently we had a session also with Lazio region. So in order to bridge this complexity,
no more 2 minutes, please.
I'm closing. Yeah, to bridge the level of knowledge and need of advice and support, this is one service that could be considered, and we are available to further discuss and support the managing authorities with this regard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you for your information, suggestion. Adesso proviamo.
And now we try again with Venceslai Dismea from ISMEA. I'm sorry. Can we try again? Venceslai, here we go. It works. It seems it works. Talking about innovation, being able to speak is a step forward. Innovation happens by trial and error. Hi everyone again. Thank you for the invitation. I wanted to show you a presentation on the role of ISMEA and our financial instruments for agriculture. I don't know whether you can see it. Can you see my slides? Yes, we can. I'll try and speak for 8 minutes. ISMEA is a public authority. It depends on the Ministry of Agriculture, and it's an active. Well, I'm sorry, but there are some interferences. Well, it's an entity that collects data, and we provide information to the ministry for their assessments and analysis. We have worked on the different levels of the agricultural world, and apart from this activity, we have also started carrying out other activities. We do no longer observe and watch phenomena, but we also take actions aimed at eliminating market asymmetries. One of these, ISMEA has also developed some products specific for farms, so financial instruments for agriculture, products aimed at we apologize, but there are too many microphones on. Unfortunately, there are too many microphones on, and we cannot interpret because there are too many microphones on. So let's focus on financial instruments. Well, let's talk about the first warranty fund. Then we also have an instrument aimed at young entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs that replace the bank with ISMEA. And finance is also a financial instrument because there is always the need for a private subject to participate as a co-investor. So it's a financial leverage. And the main goal of an instrument of financial engineering is that of leveraging, of activating a leverage. The capital invested in this project of financial engineering should develop a bigger volume of finance. Well, so this instrument of a warranty fund is compatible with the Basel II standards. It has all the requirements provided for in Basel II agreement, and it is counter-guaranteed by the state. We implemented this instrument in 2008, and since 2008 it has been modified successively consecutively as a function of the partners, I mean all the parties involved, the banks and the firms. In 2020, with the emergency regulation, this instrument has been very much resorted to. There has been a 5-time increase. We have acted as a warrantor for all the operations aimed at providing subsidies to companies suffering from the impact of the pandemic. This instrument has also been used in the period 2007-2014. Some regional development plans could use this instrument in some measures, in the framework of some measures. Some investments that were made by farmers were supported, were made easier by our instrument. I'd like to mention the fact that there were high expectations, but there were two opposite interests. One was using the financial engineering instrument, and the other one is making the expenditure faster. And financial engineering doesn't really make expenditure faster. Financial engineering aims at a different goal. This has complicated the relationship with our financial instrument. Farmers might have used it more massively, but there was a little expenditure because the capital provided was low, because the financial leverage was very high. And the other instrument that I'd like to talk about and that can be interesting is what we call Finanza Finance, FIG. It is aimed at financing industrial development projects for capital companies working in the field of agriculture and in the agri-food industry. It can also be used for innovation, and we fund between 2 and 20 million euros. In the case of FAG, we grant a bond over 5 years with 15 years period, and we guarantee. And unfortunately, we can't read the slide, but we will try and catch up with this very fast presentation. And then there is finance at market conditions. It works always, on loans between 2 and 20 millions. In this case, guarantees depend on the instrument activated, and the way out is between 5 to 7 years, and the conditions are predefined at the moment of the contract. Why am I talking about this? Because it is the first time that ISMEA works in this sector, in this top-ranking sectors. We work in innovation, and it is also important to say that there is always the need of a majority share of private finance. We can intervene. So the project is 20 million worth. We can intervene. We can give 9.5, but the remaining 11 million have to come from a private subject, a bank, or the company itself. In this way, so we accompany businessmen looking for financial coverage, and we do not apply specific conditions. We rely on market conditions, and I think that at this point I can stop. I thank you for your attention, and I'm at your disposal if you have questions. Unfortunately, the first part of the intervention was not audible. Thank you, and we can conclude this session. We can adjourn this session. Thank you very much.
Di servizio per chi ha la fortuna di essere qui in presenza. Sarebbe paradossale se un Global Food Innovation Forum non celebrasse il cibo anche con un pranzo all'altezza del merito di questa terra. Per il pranzo il Real Sito di Carditello ci ha messo a disposizione il boschetto dei Gelsi, quindi nonostante il caldo ora troveremo come il modo di goderci la passeggiata, ma seguite il flusso e c'è un pranzo che ci aspetta. Grazie a tutti.
Dottore, mi sente? Prova. Allô, allô, allô? Allô, allô, allô?
non è soltanto miti, tradizioni o una storia già scritta. L'opera di un grande artista, uno spettacolo acclamato, un film premiato. La cultura non è solo questo. Così come un'isola non vive solo d'estate, non è solo una terra baciata dal sole, cullata dalle onde, un punto di arrivo. L'isola non è soltanto un luogo originario o uno sperduto altrove. Per noi, l'isola è le mani e gli occhi della sua gente forgiata dall'intensità di tutti i mari. È quell'accoglienza che ti avvolge sin dal primo approdo, che ti induce a tornare, ma ti incoraggia a ripartire, sempre spingendoti oltre. Perché un'isola è un ponte con ogni mondo possibile, un mare di diversità che si estende all'infinito. Sull'isola la cultura diventa la scelta di come stare al mondo, di una nuova identità da costruire insieme. La cultura sull'isola diventa lo sguardo della comunità posato su un orizzonte capace di contenere ogni progresso. Con la cultura tutti i paesi smettono di essere così lontani, perché la cultura non isola.
Buon pomeriggio, ritrovarsi oggi in una prospettiva interdisciplinare e sistemica a riflettere dell'innovazione è importante, anche perché come Regione Campania è tanto che lavoriamo all'integrazione fra i fondi e la programmazione, e lo facciamo proprio a partire dalla RIS, che è la nostra strategia di ricerca intelligente, che comunque è collegata ad una programmazione che ha anche fatto delle scelte organizzative e metodologiche che accompagnano ormai da 6 anni quella che è il programma di governo della Regione Campania. Abbiamo iniziato con una programmazione esistente, che era quella del 14-20, rispetto alla quale la RIS, come condizionalità ex ante, ha subito delle modifiche, perché nel nostro ingresso già abbiamo iniziato a ricontestualizzarla inserendo nuovi settori, perché già nella programmazione precedente l'evoluzione del sistema socio-economico ha comportato comunque la necessità di un'attenzione a dei cambiamenti, ma la programmazione precedente non prevedeva un'attenzione costante alla mutevolezza di un contesto che deve essere continuamente aggiornato. La nuova programmazione lo prevede, sia perché la Commissione la rende non più una condizionalità ex ante ma una condizione abilitante, e quindi per sua natura accompagnata con un processo continuo di ascolto con stakeholder. Ci siamo organizzati, dicevo, con una programmazione unitaria che ha un coordinamento della RIS in tutte le sue sfaccettature e coordina tutte le autorità di gestione, che all'interno di quelle che sono le programmazioni dei singoli fondi hanno una traiettoria comune, che è quella dell'innovazione. Qui, rispetto allo specifico dell'innovazione connessa al food, all'agroalimentare, riprendiamo quelle che sono state le programmazioni del 14-20, le potenziamo e le riattualizziamo, perché abbiamo avuto la possibilità di lavorare a un documento strategico regionale che già di per sé contiene l'interdisciplinarietà dei fondi, in modo tale da poter cogliere poi nell'attuazione delle politiche direttamente una sistematicità d'approccio che ci consente di guardare con occhi attenti alla complessità quelle che sono le nostre i nostri punti di forza e anche le nostre debolezze. Il nostro territorio rispetto all'agri-food, all'agroalimentare, nella passata programmazione ha avuto uno spazio importante ed è stato prevalentemente finanziato con le risorse del FESR, anche dell'FSE per quello che riguarda la formazione specifica degli operatori che lavorano nel settore, ma è stata prevalentemente il FESR e anche il Fondo dell'Agricoltura che ha dato degli input importanti legati all'agroalimentare e l'agri-food. Nella RIS della nuova programmazione abbiamo intenzione di riprendere pienamente il dominio delle biotecnologie, della salute dell'uomo e dell'agroalimentare, riandando su quelle che sono le traiettorie che nel 2014-20 hanno accompagnato il food e l'agroalimentare. Il sistema agroalimentare campano è un punto di forza, noi abbiamo lavorato, è un punto di forza anche dell'economia campana, perché rappresenta un quinto dell'intera filiera meridionale e oltre il 30% dell'industria alimentare. La filiera agroalimentare dà lavoro a 116.000 lavoratori e con 42.000 occupati nell'industria, e la trasformazione alimentare rappresenta il 9% dell'occupazione dell'agroindustria nazionale, quindi stiamo parlando di un settore che determina sviluppo, che opportunamente guidato e potenziato, così come intendiamo fare nella nuova RIS, può determinare una svolta nei nostri territori dove non solo l'agroalimentare ma anche la tutela del territorio e dell'ambiente deve diventare importante. Nella vecchia programmazione abbiamo già lavorato sulle biotecnologie, salute dell'uomo e l'agroalimentare, e l'abbiamo fatto attraverso i bandi legati al contrasto al cancro, in particolare con quella che è stata le manifestazioni di interesse di Campania Terra del Buono, ma anche il lavoro delle start-up si è molto orientato rispetto alle biotecnologie, alla salute dell'uomo e l'agroalimentare, come pure il trasferimento tecnologico. Ci sono stati infatti studi di percorsi innovativi, processi di individuazione e produzione di molecole, utilizzo di preparazioni per il controllo di patologie, un grosso lavoro legato agli alimenti e ai prodotti nutrizionali, un lavoro importante sui materiali di imballaggio, si è lavorato sulla metodologia e le apparecchiature per il controllo dei prodotti e delle aree di produzione, sviluppo di nuove tecnologie innovative per la gestione irrigua. Si è lavorato tanto e si deve ancora continuare a lavorare. Quando dicevo abbiamo lavorato su investimenti di capitale umano, nella formazione molte delle borse i dottorati hanno avuto queste tematiche come oggetto. Anche le borse di ricerca di Open Innovation, l'Erasmus legato allo start-up. Quindi questo settore sarà riconfermato fra i settori prioritari della RIS del 21-27 insieme agli altri, ma vedrà una maggiore attenzione alle sinergie che dovranno determinarsi non solo rispetto a diversi strumenti finanziari, stiamo ragionando non solo sui nostri fondi FESR, FSE e Fondo dell'Agricoltura, ma stiamo ragionando anche in un'ottica di complementarietà con fondi diretti di Europa tipo Horizon, oppure il PNR, che è il Piano Nazionale della Ricerca, rispetto al quale anche abbiamo lavorato nella precedente programmazione, rispetto al quale abbiamo sperimentato interventi importanti per quello che riguarda il settore scienze e la vita. Vogliamo lavorare in forte complementarietà sui progetti che nel nostro territorio auspichiamo ci saranno rispetto al recovery plan, perché noi abbiamo costruito un programma che a partire dagli obiettivi della nuova programmazione 21-27 parla in maniera complementare con tutte le fonti di programmazione, il che significa che quando elementi importanti tipo comunque il food e l'agroalimentare sono presenti nei nostri programmi, nel nostro documento strategico e sono presenti nelle missioni importanti del recovery plan, il che significa che una volta in cui sapremo e stiamo a giorni, perché comunque saranno chiari quelli che sono i progetti che arriveranno sulla Regione Campania, ma sicuramente ci sono già alcuni relativi all'agroalimentare e al food, sarà importante ragionare in un'ottica di complementarietà. Nella consultazione della RIS che ha visto la sua conclusione il 17 giugno abbiamo avuto molti interventi e molte sollecitazioni sulla tematica. Nella maniera più complessa e interdisciplinare possibile. Se abbiamo cominciato a lavorare in quest'ottica sistemica, interdisciplinare e plurifondo, la stessa cultura sembra essere diventata di dominio diffuso con gli stakeholder del nostro territorio, perché questa tematica, che ha avuto spazio, accoglimento e riflessioni alte, è stata ripresa molto nei più di 500 contributi che abbiamo avuto rispetto alla piattaforma, che è stata attiva per un mese per accogliere il punto di vista degli stakeholder di territorio per riattualizzare la nostra RIS. Quindi a questo punto, in questo momento che è specifico rispetto a un settore specifico, ritorniamo rispetto alla nostra programmazione, che continua a lavorare su un'attenta organizzazione, su una metodologia che vede il monitoraggio in itinere degli strumenti, dei risultati dei progetti, ma anche di quelli che sono degli obiettivi non unicamente economici connessi al programma, come uno dei punti di forza della nuova programmazione. Lavoreremo nel cercare ulteriori sinergie regionali, nazionali ed europee, ci associeremo a quelle che sono le piattaforme europee, che è stata un'altra delle grandi richieste che è emersa dalla revisione della RIS che abbiamo fatto insieme ai programmi. Lavoreremo, e su questo vorrei soffermarmi un attimo, con una forte attenzione alla sostenibilità, perché se la RIS è trasversale a tutte le politiche, da un coordinamento centralizzato al gabinetto del Presidente, ed è trasversale a tutte le autorità e a tutti i programmi, anche la sostenibilità ambientale è trasversale a tutti i programmi, perché abbiamo definito il nostro documento, la nostra strategia regionale della sostenibilità, che fortemente si collega alla ricerca e all'innovazione. La tutela del territorio in tutte le sue forme è fortemente legata alle tematiche del food e dell'agroalimentare. Quindi la nostra RIS, il nostro documento di specializzazione intelligente e il nostro documento, la nostra strategia sulla sostenibilità accompagnano in un percorso fortemente dialogico, così come l'Europa vuole, nell'ascolto continuo dei territori e degli stakeholder, la nostra programmazione. Siamo allo start, siamo per portare i nostri programmi in Europa, e lo faremo con questo zoccolo duro, che è quello di puntare sull'innovazione in questa prospettiva forte e trasversale, e sulla sostenibilità, che è tutela della filiera in tutte le sue forme e della ricchezza dei nostri territori.
Ok.
Buon pomeriggio a partecipanti. È un piacere.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon to chair over this session devoted to funds complementarity and multi-level governance to support future skills and jobs in the agri-food sector. This session happens under the auspices of an European project, Alliance for Knowledge as Food, that I'm coordinating, that is exactly focused on these issues. It is a pleasure for me to be here to chair over this discussion with the participation of management authorities and many experts responsible for many European programs. I have some slides describing the project, but I think that it's better we get started since we are already running late. I pass the floor to Mr. Nicolais, Chief Executive Officer of the Minister of University and Research. Thank you very much. I apologize for coming late. It's the train's fault. I was on the train. Talking about food, talking about agriculture and agri-food nowadays means talking about innovation and research. There is no agri-food without innovation nowadays. Food goes hands in hands with innovation because food and agri-food is not a mature sector. It used to be mature in the past, but when the graphs of innovative technologies, it becomes an innovative sector. In the automotive sector, in the past, research was considered useless. Then the electronics came onto scene and our cars changed. In the automotive sector, we have become used to the assembly line, but out of the blue, our cars were equipped with electronic central units, electronic cards and chips and processors, and this is true for all the sectors and industries. In the agri-food sector, we need R&D. Think of packaging, for instance. In the past, packaging was only a container, something that was supposed to contain some food. Now packaging is an element to interact with customers. It is an interface between the product itself and consumers. Packaging is functional. It is able to explain functions, to provide information on the origin of the products, and to reassure users and consumers that what they are buying is true. And in order to do this is innovation. I mean, that it's necessary. Innovation is not the same as research, because innovation means using research, being able to exploit research findings. At last, Europe has realized it, and besides the European Research Council, now there is a European Innovation Council, because researchers and innovators are complementary. They are different profiles that have to be complementary. The characteristics needed to produce knowledge are different than those that are necessary to use research findings. This is interesting, and in this region we think we can have an excellent research and innovation center in the agri-food sector, but in order to do this, we need to be together, to join our forces. Universities, research centers, and producers and manufacturers together. We need a project that unites all the users and the stakeholders. There is no longer, a scientist who is producing knowledge inside the lab. It takes many professionals. Every time you undergo a PET CT scan, you understand that it is no longer a doctor that you interact with. There is an engineer, a biologist, a technician. That imaging technique is based on the interaction of different knowledges, and it's the same for food. Food used to be something that we needed to survive. Nowadays, food is a gigantic market. It opens to creativity and curiosity. You can understand different tastes, different gastronomies, and also different civilizations, different traditions in every territory. Every territory has developed a totally different cooking and also cooking techniques. This is one of the most fascinating avenues for research, and at the Ministry of Research and University, we are pushing, we are encouraging academicians, researchers to go along this avenue. But they must be reassured that also research that has no application limits is possible. Last month we approved a regulation on free science. We have allocated 200 million a year, and we can support this group of knowledge creators together with those projects that will be funded via the next recovery fund. From research to service, from research to business. This is the way we label these projects, because this is what our country needs. We need to try and read in our research experiments and works what can become a productive activity that is competitive with the other countries. And in the south of Italy, we're very lucky. Our young researchers are so creative. Sometimes they express their creativity somewhere else. They have to go abroad to freely express their creativity. And this is what we need to do. I think that this is also the reason why the regional government is pushing very strongly along this direction. Research is no longer an intellectual exercise. It is something more than that. It is a form of creativity in looking to push the boundaries, but at the same time we have to think of what can be this knowledge for. If we have developed, we know, we are the ones who know what this knowledge can be used for, and that is why we have to be together. This project for the Excellence Center on Agri-Food will be approved if we are able to create a critical mass. There is not university only, there is not the company or the business only, or grassroots, we need to stay together. Think of how you would grow plants in the past. We used chemicals that now are forbidden, but we have to forbid even more chemicals, and this can be based on research on organic farming. We have to be sure that some given products are not harmful for others. When you take a balance when you assess a situation, when you think of a circular economy, it is, from life to death. You plan, you design an object, and at the same time, I have to design it, until the end. What is it for? What do I do with it when it is no longer useful? This is really important. This is at the stake. This is at stake for the future, and this is included in our national recovery plan. It is not, that there are, money flows that are coming. It takes a paradigmatic shift, a different way of thinking. We have to pay attention to the environment. This is what we are doing, and I believe that the Campania region can participate. There are incredible universities, great businessmen, great professionals. We have all that it takes to work together and be able to really make a U-turn. This is important. We cannot work on our own. We can't do it. Nobody can. We should be expert in everything: electronics, physics, maths, and big data. Big data is a classical example, and it is no longer possible. We have to become more humble than we are used to, and accept that we have to cooperate, that we have to share, that we have to exchange, and reach an ambitious goal if we work together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful speech, and it's so important. I've taken notes, and now I merely pass the floor. There will be some changes to the program. I pass the floor to Mrs. Passere, Campania Region General Manager for Agriculture, Food and Forestry Policies.
Presento slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will have a slideshow so that I will speak very shortly for a very short time. In this context, we have been analyzing since we started this forum. We have been talking about funds, programs, multi-level governance. My task is to explain the contribution of the Fund of the European Union for Rural Development. Let's start by a definition. Agriculture is no longer only production and no longer only economy. When we think about agriculture, we think also about the protection of biodiversity, to a strong contribution to climate change. And I must recall just one thing we all have to think about. 24% of gas emissions is due to our primary sector. So when we talk about sustainability, we have to be main actors and play a pivot role in this case. Agriculture has many functions, and it is possible to use agriculture as a field where to carry out experiments. Throughout our partnership listening path, we have gathered many examples, experiences. The fund comes out, this Fund for Rural Development, is not included in an umbrella regulation, but so therefore there will no longer be regional programs but just one national programs, which brings together a first pillar, direct payments, the second pillar with provisions, with many provisions, a unique assessment plan. I ensure, I honestly say that it is that complex that in institution decided to publish it later than 2 years. So we in this along this this listening path, this listening journey that we have been carrying out in the latest years during the pandemic as well, and also in September, we realized that what we are talking about, therefore complementarity, is, I'll mention just a few points. For instance, as far as climate change is conceived, we have the EAFRD, the FSE+, there are other programs, Horizon Europe, Life. So that is just to say that complementarity means to face a theme, a issue, 360 degrees. And to face and solve, of course, which is what has been lacking in these years, the so-called tank effect. So going on, let's say, bringing our skills with us in a vertical way. The EAFRD is something belonging to old rules, but which are the tools that can be used for innovation in the agri-food sector? The EAFRD has indeed some tools aimed at promoting innovation and knowledge. We have the EAFRD with research and innovation. There are also programs like Horizon. As a DG Agriculture, we also participate. We are also partners of the university, and we participate in the Horizon 2020 as far as soil consumption is concerned. The AKIS system, the knowledge and innovation system, is designed through tools. We have the tool of learning, the tool of professional training, we have the business consultancy. We can promote innovation on a private and public point of view. In 2007-2013, these tools already existed, but we were not sensible about cooperation. In the period between 2014-2020, we have gathered a lot of opportunities, cooperation opportunities between the public and private sector. If you read that our regulation proposal, which has not been approved yet, but we hope it will soon be within the end of July. What do we see there? Maybe also due to the pandemic. And I always say that this pandemic accelerated, boosted the need for innovation in order to meet the more and more complex challenges we have to face. This knowledge system is today defined as a complex network, a dynamic network which therefore changes as events change, which is based on learning, teaching and innovation. We must say that within this plan, these programs, there have been tools, but what lacked was the willingness to put together people in this sector. We feel many dangers. We feel that the need of innovation the need for innovation, it comes from the individual, but now we have to involve the companies, we have to involve all stakeholders to reach the result. These tools in the period 2023-27, European Union asks us not only to put these tools together starting from the need of companies, but also asks for something more. It asks to be able to create a knowledge system and therefore to connect all the stakeholders like institutions, companies, authorities, universities, and we have an opportunity in this sense, in this field, and we are working on that. We are trying to use a provision of the fund to try to create these networks. I wish to conclude by saying that we should wonder how these networks can become substantial ones and not just a project, because that is the real challenge in our world, I think. And through this provision, we will try to set up networks of stakeholders. And one example was the agri-transfer, was the so-called agri-transfer, which aimed at putting companies at the core and aligning our products to the needs. Thank you.
So of course, it's very interesting, but probably in the next debate with some bit more time. As you know, moderator has to collect all the contributions and let everybody talk for the afternoon. Unfortunately, Miss Onorati, Councillor for Agriculture of Lazio, probably will come later, so I would like to give the floor. I'm sorry for Mr. Caboni. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to thank Mr. Caputo for asking me to participate to this work, starting from the president of Campania region. It's very interesting to be here. I'm sorry, the audio is not okay. Audio is not working, no longer working, sorry.
No. Sentiamo poco. Ma è ripartita bene, forse...
È un collegamento.
Cosa può essere? Ecco, va bene, va bene.
Ok. Sì. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry. Nicola, thank you very much. The Global Innovation Forum is a very important event, so participating as a representative of my region is really prestigious, mainly for the possibility of creating bridge interactions and also analyzing all the criticism in agriculture. So by going through different parts or close parts, we will be able to spread our ethics, our opportunities related to our region. Of course, we are talking about visions, about systems, about working together. This is a very important historic moment, not only due to the pandemic. We have to work in a fruitful way, and my intervention, I tell you, I will be really fast, I will be really short. I believe that it's important to share with you. This is an occasion of dialogue with the participation of companies, public bodies, universities, banks. This is a way to develop new products, new synergies, and face the new topics as well as the high-quality products. Let's talk about innovation. As Ms. Fassari said, it's very important to structure the proposals. Sometimes there is the opportunity to launch the approval of European funds. We already examined different programs such as Horizon 2020 in terms of financing, but what we have to develop is not only research, planning and project, but also structure. There are moments where confrontation is very important for us. There is a need of knowledge, information, research, and also sharing and transfer during the whole decision-making process. Sometimes when we develop our works, we do not make our results public. So it's very important to share this knowledge path, this research path, not only at the regional level, but so that it can become something to be shared at the national and international level. We have to better the dialogue. We have to understand the common goals of different realities that can become something to be shared and to be faced together. What we also try to do as a region is to put together at disposal of everybody, based on our guidelines at the government level. Here we try to find a guide. We have to work together. I believe that each one of us can find the added value in his proposals. So we can look at our enterprises and institutions of common values. If we think about 2020, there was the start of and we always follow an aim, which is the equal revenue for farmers. So we have to work on the direction of distributions of values, the research. We have to govern and give opportunities in order to be able to reach the right goal in terms of agriculture policy. If we only think about the rural system, we have got interstate rural system now. So we have to work little by little, and if we all work together, we will we will reach great results. I would like to thank you, and I greet you, and I hope you will have a nice and profitable day. Thank you very much. It's important because she was talking about bridges. bridges are very important, and today there is this bridge passing by Capitello. This is one of the added values of the two-day debate. Now we are going to have three participants. The first is Professor Riccaboni, coordinator of the Prima program, who wanted to attend the meeting today. Thank you very much. Good evening. I hope that you can hear and listen very well. I would like to thank the organizers and the ones who sought something so important such as Global Innovation Forum and the Campania region. I would like to say hello to Mr. Nicolais, who gave a great speech on the important topics of this meeting. I believe, as he said, that we need to find solutions in the lab that later can reach our communities, our companies and enterprises and businesses. So we need some specific conditions. Of course, we need really tailor-made structures, because it's not so easy to put into connection, to combine research, companies, if there are not specific mechanism into force. So we need also specific researchers. If we look at innovation projects, we have got PhD researchers who can develop some ideas. And of course, Nicolais said we have to put together many actors. And according to Brussels rhetoric, we have conventionship, building up together. This is really fundamental in the agri-food sector. So I recall you that as for the new call, we talk about structures which are considered very important, even labs and others. These are places with the creation at universities and research centers, or within the agriculture companies. So the ideas cannot really help territories and companies. That is why these aspects are really important, as Mr. Nicolais said. We need some devoted structures and processes. We have created a very important initiative with Monte dei Paschi Bank on the precision agriculture. We created an innovation center, Chiara Lab, through which we are able to solve the tiny difficulties. I would like to talk also about the Global Innovation Forum and the initiative in Nuovo, in Rome, because actually we talk about the same topics. Of course, we want to enhance the food, the Mediterranean diet, and what the result from these debates is that we can only achieve our goals if we are united, if we work together. Today, we talk about sustainability. This is a great challenge. There are different approaches, also different from the ones of our country. If we do not work together to promote a lifestyle which is coherent with our principle and our Mediterranean diet, then we will lose the cause. That is why innovation is so important. Companies have to develop their projects by innovating. So we have got small enterprises. So we have got small enterprises. There is the idea of sustainability, and we did a lot already, but we have to work more and more. But we have got also the idea of rentability of agri-food. So we have to put together small companies which are sustainable and which are profitable. So only by innovating, by introducing new managing mechanism in terms of technologies, new social relation, we can guarantee and satisfy this difficult equation. So it's fundamental to guarantee the success of what we are doing. Prima is very important because it's the most ambitious program of innovation in the Mediterranean area. We focus on research and innovation, and after 3 years, and let's say we have been started working 7 years ago, which is the main question. Great ideas, great projects, but now we need to put them on the ground. So we are thinking in the same direction as you are. In the next future, we have to detect some structures, mechanism in order to make these ideas work. They have to become real tools. We are talking together with 19 partner countries and the European Commission. So we believe we will go in this direction. This is a topic related not only the Campania region, Italy, but the whole Mediterranean. So we have to find a right solution for our need. On 129 projects financed in 3 years, let's say 164 billion, we coordinate almost 43 projects on 129. So many of the resources were given to Italian bodies, but there are 1,083 who work in the same research field. The program is important. Italy plays an important role, and the future is going more and more vertically, so to make our ideas and solutions reach the enterprises. So we are really interested in your activities as well, so we hope we could cooperate in the next future, because we go in the same direction for the interest of our companies and the companies of the Mediterranean area. So we need to find a good solution in order to face these extraordinary challenges. I would like to thank organizers, and I'm sorry if this morning I could not attend the meeting, the debate, but I had a meeting with Minister Di Maio, so I'm here to answer to all your questions. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you. Beautiful speech. It's important to find a way to develop new professional profiles. And now we open the floor to Maria Palladino, European Commission DG Education, Youth and Culture from Brussels. Thank you and good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to intervene in such an interesting panel. I want to thank the organizers of this forum for thinking to include the perspective of the DG education in the debate that is happening at Carditello. It's really a shame I couldn't be with you. I have followed some of the debates via streaming anyway, but I couldn't make it to join you physically. There are some fundamental elements that can be very important from the point of view of the DG education of the European Commission. They are really relevant to some of the activities that we are carrying out and to some of our policies aimed at supporting innovation in European universities. Universities play a key role in the debate on innovation in agri-food as well. What I've heard so far by the previous speakers highlights these aspects indeed, for many different reasons. One is that it is necessary to create new skills and to support the skills required by the new labor market in the agri-food sector and fishery. All the education providers, universities, research centers, and technical high schools are fundamental partners for both companies and regional and local authorities. For instance, in the strategic development of actions in the so-called smart specialization strategy. Very quickly, I'd like to share some slides that I have prepared. For the sake of time, I'll skip over some of them. I'd like to focus on this one. Here you see a list of tools that can be useful in the discussion on the synergies and cooperation between organizations, authorities to support innovation in the agri-food sector. It has already been said by Professor Riccaboni, Professor Nicolais, and Mrs. Pastry. Within DG Education, we have developed some initiatives that might be useful to support the dialogue among different stakeholders in the so-called innovative ecosystems. Part of the stakeholders of the agri-food sector belong to this ecosystem together with universities. Universities are becoming more and more interested in this sector. In this slide, you can see a part devoted to the activities of the Commission aimed at strengthening the cooperation between university and businesses. Every 2 years in Brussels, there is the European University Business Forum. The latest one occurred in 2019, and it was focused on sustainable development. Every year, apart from the period of the pandemic, some thematic fora are held in the member states, and I think it is our time we organized a business university forum focused on agri-food. This is my proposal. And then Erasmus. Erasmus includes some initiatives that support innovation. Ask Food, for instance, is a project coordinated by Professor Paola Pitia, and this is one of the knowledge alliances that Erasmus supports, focused on university and business cooperation. Let me give you some info on these projects. They are interesting indeed and might also be used as pilot projects for other initiatives, maybe initiatives funded via different credit lines. Anyway, the impact of these projects, both at regional and at an European level, is interesting indeed. Then there is a project that we have been organizing together with JRC. There are many colleagues representing this project here, and another one together with the OECD. It is enhancing labor market relevance and outcomes of higher education to understand how to align university needs and labor market needs. Based on the preliminary results of the survey, we understand that it is important to focus on green skills. It is definitely something that you're also discussing. And then there is Innovate, one of our flagship initiatives. I will give you some details. Italy is involved. So some information on knowledge alliances. These are Erasmus projects funding the cooperation between universities and businesses. Italy is #1 in Europe for the number of projects selected and for the number of applications submitted. This kind of project is successful in Italy. It is a cross-industry or cross-sectorial typology. Many projects, many knowledge alliances do focus on the agri-food, like ASDE-Food, but also other projects. This is only a list, it is not exhaustive. You see that many of these projects are coordinated by Italian universities, SPOC from Florence University, eTomato from Foggia, and then Wine Lab, Macerata, etc. Knowledge Alliances changed name within the new Erasmus program. Erasmus is not only a program that covers student mobility. Especially within the new program, there is a strong stress on cooperation, partnership, and innovation projects. In this new programming period, 21-27, the knowledge alliances become alliances for innovation. As of September, there will be the selection of the new proposals. So the call is still open. Look at the call for proposals, and the projects selected will receive more funds than in the previous program, from 1 million to 1.5 million euros. In this new program, cooperation among universities and businesses, and also the high schools, vocational educational training institutions are very important. It's very important. And this is a slide devoted to HI Innovate, a guide for universities aimed at supporting the entrepreneurial development of universities. There is a platform, HE Innovate. You can join it for free. Go and have a look. There is a self-assessment for universities to understand the level of innovation and entrepreneurship of every university. And together with the OECD, we have developed a series of assessment tools to measure the level of innovation and entrepreneurship in the different countries, in the universities in the different countries. Italy has also participated. Professor Riccaboni was the chair of the steering group, and we worked with other universities. Minister Messa was also in the steering group. At that time, she was the chancellor of Bicocca University. And OECD and the Commission were giving some guidelines, some recommendations on how to improve the innovative strategy of universities. And some of these recommendations have been implemented, have been included in some projects and initiatives that are still in progress. And the Policy Learning Network is the third element of HE Innovate. It is the network of the representatives of countries receiving funds from HE Innovate. This is a very flexible tool, and I'd like to quote the case of Marche region. I know that a representative of the Marche region is with you. In 2019, the Marche region got in touch with us because they had the idea of using HE Innovate to support the discussion between and among the universities of the region and the representatives of the companies and business in the region to discuss the smart specialization strategy that was being drafted. The use, this idea was appreciated in Brussels. We are working to improve HE Innovate with such a view. And other projects within Erasmus are focused on how to use tools like HE Innovator to help regions, stakeholders, entrepreneurs to talk to one another, to draft smart specialization strategy. I think of REACT. It is a project of Porto University that includes also Italian universities, Macerata universities, and quasi-MAP, mapping regional engagement activities of European universities of applied sciences, managed by Urashi. As far as smart specialization is concerned, we think that universities can play a key role, not only because, as we have seen, they provide innovation, but also because they provide and support the development of skills and human capital. It is one of the new goals of the structural funds within the smart specialization strategy. Health is a project that we have been doing together with the Joint Research Center since 2016. The methodology has been used in the pilot phase in the Puglia region in Italy, and then it has also been used to assess innovative doctorate courses in the National Development Plan 2014-2020. This project tells us that universities play a key role in terms of innovation, in regional innovation and development. As far as smart specialization strategies, when they are designed and implemented, how to have these entities or these worlds communicate with one another. There are many initiatives that we can look at, and some have been listed in handbook published on the website of the Smart Specialization Strategies. Have a look at it. Hopefully, this kind of cooperation can continue and can be used more and more frequently. Another publication that I want to recommend is Regional Innovation Impact of Universities. It was published last Friday, and we learned that when universities and regional governments communicate, very interesting innovative projects can be produced that can also inspire different sectors. And I hope I wasn't too long, and that my presentation was not so boring. And I'm at your disposal if you have questions. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Palladino. A lot of food for thoughts, too many things to think about, to work on. and many good initiatives that the European Union is starting in order to enhance the complementarity and interaction among different stakeholders and main players of development and innovation. And now I give the floor, please Dr. Palladino stay there so that we can see if there is any question, if you can. Now I give the floor to Dr. Angelo Salsi from DG Environment of the European Commission for a speech. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm here in Brussels too, so that is why I'm connected via streaming. Thanks, Nicola, for thinking about me and for inviting me. I wanted to focus on the first part of the theme of this panel, where complementarity is concerned. And therefore, I would like to focus on that. And I'd like to talk about that from the point of view of those who make the programs, of those who want to use the programs. Programs have objectives, have timelines which are often completely different from one another, and it often seems that they are not complementary. So, within the LIFE program I manage here in Brussels, we wondered how to design or how to try to design a mechanism by using the funds from the program itself in order to allow the subjects entitled with a complementarity to do so. And therefore we designed something by taking it from an old program which is called Integrated Comprehensive Program. And this program was mainly focused on the territory, and this program allowed initiatives to be thought and be presented. It's all about doing what good sense tells us to do, but which for a series of reasons we don't do. I'll give you an example of a comprehensive project born in 2014. In Italy, the aim of the project was to implement the management programs of one of the Italian regions. The Council for the Environment was the responsible for the project, and since it was centered in an Italian region, there were a wide range of factors, of sectors involved in. One of these was agriculture, of course. Before we financed this project, the stakeholders which presented it, Lombardia region in this case, told Angelo, even if you're not financing the project, we already reached a very important result. The Commission has started discussing about how to use the money we have, the funds we have, to do what we have to do them together and to do them better, which stands for the famous complementarity we were talking about. And that is why I was saying that it looks like we are talking about something that should always be done in our work for a number of reasons, human reasons, because we humans try to be very jealous towards our possessions, and so that's why maybe sometimes we don't do so. The second thing is that once these comprehensive projects start, like this one I was talking about, what happens is that on one side you have 10, 15, 20 millions of funds from Life Project, which is a sort of a jolly, and they are useful to bridge the gaps which would be very difficult to fill in otherwise. And in one case, for instance, they could be used for the management of a water basin, for a waste disposal project, for instance. There are many objectives and many sectors these funds can be used in. And on the other side, there is a series of complementary provisions that are financed by other tools. The vast majority of funds was invested in agricultural policy and agricultural provisions. And before the existence of these comprehensive projects, they carried out their objective in the best possible way, but not necessarily looking at protected area networks as a priority, which was actually the aim of the comprehensive project. Once the comprehensive project started, what it did was to help the department to give more priorities, to set up more priorities in order to reach the objectives that were already reached before, but with one advantage regarding environmental objectives, because by setting up priorities, it was possible to have better results. Other European projects like Horizon, for instance, are examples of complementarity. I'll tell you about another project which has nothing to do with agriculture, but it's just to say that once complementarity works, it changes the scenario. We are in the south of Poland, in the city of Krakow. 5 or 6 years ago, if you breathed in Poland, you run the risk to go to the hospital because the air was among the worst in the world. So this project was set up. It was worth about 800 million euros, and they were used to change the heating systems of the houses of the region. And within 5 years from the start of this comprehensive project, now the city of Krakow doesn't overcome the air pollution limits set by the law. This is an example that when we cooperate, when we talk, when we use our tools, when we use our means, our money to reach objectives, but also to help others reaching their objectives, is actually something that can give extraordinary results. And it can give it, of course, in daily life, but it's even more true in the case of agriculture and the environment. Maybe in mid-July we will release the new call, and I invite you to contact us in case you want to ask for information. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Angelo. Thank you very much. I am really interested in your intervention because of these integrated projects. There is a need of multidisciplinary skills and competences for this complex ecosystem. But despite of that, also the debate about governance and the ability to create a network with the right actors in the right moment to develop projects, let's say winning projects. which will bring to these interesting innovation and benefit that our society expects. So your intervention closes the first part of this afternoon. Now I'm going to pass to the second part of this debate of the afternoon. Here I have got some slides of presentation of the projects. So I would like to show you the main products of this idea. Let's see if the direction is able to send the slides. Okay. Please be patient 1 second. So the project that is guiding from the scientific point of view is a project of Alliance for Skills and Knowledge, which has got an acronym, Ask Food, which is the Alliance for Development of innovation needed to favor and enhance the development of the agri-food. For who this project was made? This project was born 4 years ago, more than 4 years ago, and I believe that it is really actual as a project. It is devoted to different actors of the system, the complex ecosystem from agri-food. Of course, there are universities involved, the ones who are responsible for the dissemination of the project, professionals, and new forms of companies such as startup. What did we produce? We have been working for 3 years. We are arriving at the end of the project, and we try to develop some tools, virtual supporting tools. We have been trying to develop, let's say, training methodologies for the modern, let's say, training, and to satisfy the needs related to the new professionals of the future. So we try to develop innovative entrepreneurial competences. And as you can see, this is one of the virtual tools. Smart Atlas is a platform, a collecting of best practices of research projects, accelerators of those who are working on innovation. For instance, here you can see some of the best practice that we collected. And then, so the forecast aggregator is another tool. Unfortunately, there is an animation, but you can't see it. This is a tool we developed in order to see the possible scenarios of the agri-food sector. Its innovation tried to underline within the most important disciplinary areas. Let's say here we have got 8 models. And if you like, you can visit our website. Not only we collected the possible scenarios, but also the skills needed and the competences. Then we have got interactive gap identifier, training gap identifier. It just started, but it can expand, and it will be used to support the professions of the future, of people studying the agri-food sector. Through a series of tools which can help in terms and fill the gap in terms of knowledge. There are a lot of examples on the network. We have been working on new models, new methods. Students talk today in a different way, so we need to develop new methodologies. We have been working on gamification, on a new model, and on development of competences, which we have called reverse incubator, but you can find all the information on the site. As for the cooperation among stakeholders, there are two main tools. One which is digital business and training ecosystem, which will be launched by 30 June, which creates a supporting platform for companies, for training, but also a very active platform which aims at dialogue with everyone who wants to take care of training, but it is also open to new talents to show what they are and what they can do and what they can reach. And last but not least, another instrument is an observatory on competences and skills. We try to put all together all the main actors among the partners. We have got 6 universities, among the most important ones at the European level, and then Food and Drink Europe, Federal Alimentari, and other organizations which have been contributing very actively to the development of this project, and believe that skills and knowledge of future generation made of our professionals depends a lot on training. And then here there is a video, of course, but these are goals, targets, some of the targets versus benefits that we wanted to bring to all our actors of our projects. So I would like to stress how important it is this project for policymakers, for those who create these research programs and research and development programs to favor, to enhance the development of cooperation and innovation research policies. So this project aims to be a best practice, but also be available for in terms of tools that we have been created in order to develop brand new projects. We are also trying and support these virtual tools. Some of the partners interested are being involved lately, and we are open to new options. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your attention. Okay, now as moderator, I'm going to change my dress, of course. I go back to moderator, and I give the floor to the Councillor for Training, Filippelli, for his contribution. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Good evening. I want to thank Nicola Caputo for his invitation. I want to thank Professor Nicolaus and all the scholars and all the scientists who have shared all this interesting information. Networking is necessary. We have to establish bonds. My office is really a place where we establish connections between education and the market. Education, training is paramount. Training seems the key to modernity. These advanced models are really a source of inspiration for me. So now it's up to us. We have to create a system because this ecological transition, this national plan of recovery and resilience tells us that the ecological transition is paramount, first of all because we have to save the planet, and we have to protect the environment because this might also produce 1,600,000 jobs. How? There are new profiles, new skills. It is so difficult to say eco-chef or manager of happiness or environmental jurist or environmental engineers. Everything is changing, everything changes. We have to adjust, we have to acquire the necessary skills, we need training, of course. We have to rethink everything, because if we have to innovate, if we have to create this smart specialization strategies, we have to get ready. I heard some friends, the presidents of Slow Food and Terra Madre, because I wanted to understand what their point of view is on agriculture, and they tell me that it is important to study food systems in agriculture. In agriculture, agriculture plays a role in the whole food chain, and agriculture is fundamental to reduce CO2 emissions and to protect biodiversity. So we need to rethink many things. We have to help farmers who feel neglected. We have to rediscover the central place of food systems. We also have to rethink what they tell me, that apart from digital competencies, digitalization, innovation, etc., agriculture, since our agriculture is fragmented, small technologies are very important. Every farm should have a processing lab, because this might allow them to resist the competitiveness of big farms and corporations. This might help them protect that diversity. And in Campania, in this region, we have many local specialties that have to be promoted and have to be protected. So I'm really at your disposal to create systems and networks and to work on the new skills and new specialties. It's important that we involve as many stakeholders as possible. This is very important. When we talk about food and agriculture, this is the true transition. This is what we should work on. We can innovate. It's important also to protect our biodiversity anyway. Thank you. Thank you, very interesting. And now we have Gianluca Gallo, Council of Agriculture of Calabria. Hello, Hi, Gianluca. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your invitation. I want to thank Nicola Caputo, my colleague, regional councillor. In the latest month, we have fought together to defend the regions of South Italy in the allocation of the regional development plan resources. And we have to discuss about the development of our economic systems and our agriculture in particular. I want to thank Nicola for involving me in this exchange, in this debate. It is important for the whole territory, for the whole national territory. Agriculture is very important in the south. Also, agriculture in the south must be innovative, and in the latest years, we as representatives of the regions of the site have been told that development models could not be diversified as compared to the development models in the north. And this is what we have done. But nowadays we have to move to step 2. There is another step, especially as we are all suffering from the impact of COVID. Now we have to restart, and restart is also an opportunity for the regions of the south. Why? Because the approach of our businessmen and our farmers must pass through 4 keywords. Number 1, innovation. Future agriculture cannot do without innovative techniques, precision agriculture, and it's a challenge. The traceability of our products and also food safety and investments on organic farming. It is very important in regions that are often healthier than others. And then the second keyword is training. We have to train our staff and everyone, actually, the farmers and also the buyers. And the third keyword is cooperation. Our farmers, our agro-businessmen cannot be left alone. They have to cooperate, they have to get organized, and they have to join their forces so that their productions can create a critical mass and be competitive on the global market. And the last keyword is promotion. Our products have to be promoted. They have to be promoted. Our agricultural food, products are top quality and have to be promoted to promote also the territory. So the promotion of the territory through the promotion of products of the territory, and innovation in agriculture is strategic. Investments in the next few years, and this is why we were fighting for the resources. We forced the ministry to review its position, to change its mind. Well, we are doing this because we have to start a dialogue with the European Commission so that there is simplification with the procedures so that our farmers receive the funds in a rapid time. Innovation, technology and scientific approach, traceability and food safety, these are the challenges of Europe after COVID and also Italy and south of Italy. Thank you very much and greetings to all of you.
Grazie infinito per questo intervento.
Thank you for this speech that highlights the role of regional specialization and work on all the scenarios to work on for training. Dr. Moroni, the Council for Agriculture of Regione Umbria region, is not here with us. He has been online just until a few seconds ago, but had to go away. And now I give the floor to Dr. Staino. Staiano, I'm sorry. Maybe he is connected with us. Okay, they didn't tell me. I'm sorry, I was wrong. So I'd like to participate in this wonderful debate. I thank the Councillor Caputo who wanted me to be here as I'm the manager of the Rural Development Program of Basilicata region. It has been a very interesting day, and we have many messages to bring home. As far as difficulties are concerned, and I'm referring to the connection between funds and tools, so the link between governance and whatever has been said in a very detailed way, as a hope to have a more synergic management. And we must share this aspect. We must share the need for a higher coordination, especially as far as AKIS is concerned, in order to innovate and make research in agriculture. We also can bring home messages about learning, for instance, everything we have heard about that. I'll steal you just a few minutes in order to talk about the point of view of the management authority and those who work according to Regulation 1305. And I'd like to mention the operational part of the regulation, and especially one thing, the possibility that starting from next program, measures, provisions should be intensified and should be looked at as a bunch, a pack of provisions, because we can talk about wishes, we can talk about initiatives, but I can assure you that in the ongoing management of things, we have seen there is a huge difference in languages between authorities, and I'm also referring to different languages spoken by different actors, different stakeholders. In order to work on this cooperation. And I'll give you a very easy, very simple example. We have coordinated a series of provisions regarding research applied to companies. And we have also carried out another pilot project about bioeconomy, and we started implementing these provisions in 2017. We financed, we supported 40 projects. And I am very sorry to say that these projects are not going on. You know that Italian regions and their management authorities are also measured according to the investments that are made on these projects. This is probably the result of different languages that we spoke. And of course, this is a problem because it makes even weaker and even if it puts at risk the efficiency and efficacy of the project. One last thought on the operational point of view. You may forgive me if I talk about operational aspect, but it's very much needed because beyond what we can say, we also have to take into account the daily reality of and we have to make sure that these programs work. Today, we have to face some provisions which support agriculture, and there are some bodies operating in that which speak the language of the European social funds, which leads us to do a very huge effort in terms of training, in terms of adapting to the procedures we carry out. And these differences put at risk the real implementation of these provisions, even if the very interesting one, the very good one. And so we need comprehensive governance. We have to think about comprehensive approaches and comprehensive provisions, but we have to move faster, and we have to speak a language that also our stakeholders, our speakers, universities, companies, and research centers must speak the same language in order to give efficacy and efficiency to these activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you. Your intervention was really interesting. Now we have Mr. Marchello, Councillor of a Productive Activity of the Campania region, who will have a short, will offer a short contribution. There is an audio problem, so we have to go on. So I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Negro. So from FESR Campania region, managing authority, and he also, we have got a video. I'm sorry. Okay. Is your good morning, everybody, for this important opportunity of meeting around the topic, which is very important for the Campania region, for the use of European funds, in particular for agri-food sector, but in general for the development of our region. I believe that this new cycle of programming 21-27 shows a different strength compared to the previous programs, mainly for the attention given, let's say, and this attention has to be always there. As for the use of the funds, so we have to learn how to use the funds in a synergic ways. And me, as a representative of managing authority, I would like to stress this great opportunity in terms of measures which are programmed and planned by the DG Agriculture, together with the measures implemented for development in the region. I believe that it is really important to stress on this strategy in the years to come, which is the integration between measures, because if we look at the past, these different actors didn't talk to each other. This has to become a strong point, aiming at multiplying the positive effects related to the money which will be spent in terms of funds for agriculture and for companies and other sectors. So let's say that as for today, I want to stress once again the need to write programs with the participation of more actors. If we think also about other funds, it's very important to have the right training. If we think also about the European Social Fund, we have to work in network in order to get the main results given by the integration of the different funds and the possibility of having better effects. So thank you very much. And now we try with another. Thank you very much for this intervention. Mr. Scilla, Councillor for Agriculture from Sicily, is no longer there. He's gone. Could not wait any longer. Probably he said goodbye from the Sea of Sicily. So we are now coming to the end of this meeting. And I would like to conclude by thanking Campania region, the Council for Agriculture, and all the organizers of this Global Food Innovation Forum who devoted us a great space. Somehow, this has to represent an example. This is something we have developed with the idea of reuse all the products in all its shapes. We are available if anyone wants to cooperate with us. So I see the Councillor for Agriculture from Sicily, Mr. Scilla. I would like to give the floor just to say just for its greets. Mr. Scilla, can you hear us? At the meeting with Minister Patronelli, I explained him that in order to develop innovation, we really need adequate infrastructures, because if we do not have internet and telephone and mobiles and connections, we cannot go on. Here, Mr. Scilla, probably the connection is not perfect. It's not possible to translate. Okay, we can just say bye. He's driving at the moment. It's a bit difficult. Can you hear me? Nicola, please, can you hear me? Okay, here we are. He's driving. I really hope we will be able to hear something. He just said that he's connected. Okay, we are listening. Actually, the image is frozen. Can you hear me? Hello? We would like to hear his intervention, but actually connection is not really good. Can I say something? Yes, we're waiting for you. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you very well. He just said he's driving, so can you imagine it's a bit difficult. I would like to compliment for this great initiative, talking about food and agri-food, talking about food mainly in Italy is a great starting point in order to give good hope for the a future socio-economic development after the pandemic, which is really difficult for the economic point of view, created a lot of problems. We have to start, and we can start from agri-food. It is important as for my region, Sicily, as well as the Mediterranean, the south of Italy. One of the main activities, economic activities for us is agriculture. We can talk about planning different funds and pointing on two different directions. We have to recognize value to small and medium enterprises, which represent our network, our framework. So all the calls are always addressed to the small enterprises. Up to 300,000 euro are given to buy some devices. It's important that these funds really arrive in the pockets of farmers. So the idea sorry, there was an interruption. Another important point, we have been looking at the peculiarities of the different territories. So if we look at different regions, the production changes as well as the realities. So we understood how important is the reduction in terms of economy, but despite of that, the agri-food sector was affected only by 2%. So this shows that this sector cannot give up. As you know, if we look at 2021, 2022, from my point of view, we believe that we don't like the attitude of government at the national level because they are not looking at farmers' interests. We cannot work for a territory and not for another. We have to look at the overall situation. So we have to work so that this difference ends. We have to look at our country as a national reality. And I see provisions, very confused provisions, that do not produce nothing. So I hope that there will be some changes. I don't want to make any discussion, but I would like to focus on the interest of the Italian reality. taking into account also the regions which have some difficulties. I believe that there will be other opportunities to debate further about these topics. It was great for me to take part in this meeting, and I wish you a good day. Thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to conclude with 2 words. I would like to thank Mr. Caputo because he was able to create cross-event among many actors of different agri-food supply chains, representatives for regional, national, European policies. I really firmly believe that this event could read the need we all feel at this moment. Thank you very much to all participants. Thank you very much for your contribution. We are about to finish this beautiful day. I would like to invite Ms. Di Falco to present the initiative we started with the startup and communicate the 4 startups which have been detected, let's say the startups which will be awarded. But before giving the floor to Germana, I would like to introduce Mr. Vallone from Idea Natura, a startup from Campania region which has been awarded for the south of Italy at the national level. This is a great example of best practice, a very innovation-based startup. I am Fabio Mosca from Dia Natura. We were awarded for best practices. I'm not going to talk about everything, but I believe that today we look at the better strategies in terms of research and innovation for the next 7 years. We do not know actually, given the COVID, how we can go on in this direction. But for our company, which deals with the biological agriculture, we can talk in terms of innovation. Let's say that we have been working on the land which allows the best use of the water resource with a less input of water and a major output in terms of production. Then we have got the other innovations which allow the better use of present resources, and this gave us safety, healthy work. There is a change in terms of generation, people who contributed to the work, also farmers, families who participated actively. And if I look at my generation, I belong to the 3rd generation, and I really hope that there will be 4th or 5th generation to follow. There are all these generations which direct and guide the small companies. I would like to thank Mr. Caputo. You are an example, a very important example for many young people. Often we debate every day, and we always think what we can do for our region. And when we have got such beautiful and interesting example, we are really delighted. And we do not talk only about support and funds, but we really recognize that there is a lot of work in the back. You have got skills. This is a great startup in our region, and I hope this will be connected to other regions, not only of Italy, but also of Europe. Thank you very much.
Adesso
And now, Germana, I ask you to introduce this initiative devoted to innovative startup companies that we launched some weeks ago. This is already very successful. Germana De Falco is, well, you all know her. She's the coordinator of our new programming in agriculture committee. It is thanks to her that this beautiful initiative has been possible. Germana, you have the floor, and put your hands together for Germana. Very quickly, I want to say that when we thought of combining innovation, multidimensional innovation, today we have talked about digital and social innovation and startup companies with very short notice, because the system of startups were, alerted only a few weeks ago, because we wanted to launch this innovation award. In less than a week, we received 15 submissions from the Netherlands to the United States to Campania. We have hybrid startup companies, multinational companies. So we know that there is very much that is going on. Today we announced the experts, Giorgia Sabatini from Federalimentare, Julian Drausinger from the association that deals with food innovative startups in Austria, and also Food and Drink Europe, Rebecca Fernandez was involved. As you know, there were 4 categories for the award. And let me announce the names and tell you very shortly about these startups. On the website PSR Campania Comunica, you can go through the materials. Here they are. This is a startup area that will stay open in the portal, because we really want to create this dynamic innovation ecosystem. The startups have uploaded show profile. Anyway, let's get to the point. For the category is smart farming, so innovation, so digital innovation and technological innovation applied to agriculture. So we have Puzzuto for genomics and ICT for the production of truffles connected with the Symbiotic Plus, and GTR, ICT and genomics to prevent Xylella and the growing of olive trees. As far as carbon neutrality is concerned, i.e. the development of an approach to circular economy, Biomattonella, Service Biotech, SRA, a tile, it's an organic tile produced from residues from vine growing. And then for the category health and food, we have this 27M beer. It's a therapeutic beer. It is enriched with therapeutic nutrients. And for the project idea, with a potential for developing Campania agriculture, we have this idea of an app. While you are at a restaurant, you're sitting at a restaurant in Campania, you can really check whether what you're eating is really from Campania. So it's and congratulations to the winners. it's a beautiful startup. Unfortunately, she's not speaking into the microphone. The microphone, the microphone, the microphone, the microphone, the microphone, the microphone. I want to mention Ghiottoneria di Casa Lorena. It's a catering company, and they offered us food and coffee breaks, and I think we can conclude. We can adjourn this session. It has been a nice day for Campania Agriculture. I apologize. I had to leave for 2 hours because there was there was a celebration. There was Minister Patuanelli. There was the 40th birthday of the consortium of buffalo mozzarella, and we had to host the minister in the Royal Palace of Caserta. There is always this coupling of culture and agriculture, cultural heritage and agriculture. I think this should be the red line, I mean the red thread that should really guide us. I think that agriculture is really at the center of the political agenda in the region, and in this place in particular, we have really making incredible breakthroughs. I'm sure we can move ahead and aim for far-reaching goals. We have all that it takes. We have all the potentials that it takes. We have to be aware. And today we understand that complementarity of funds is possible. We have heard many experts. Some of them, I had met them in my experience as a member of parliament in Brussels. And so from this awareness, we can become even, well, we can draw inspiration to become more innovative in our policies. Complementarity must become effective with targeted actions, and this is what we are trying to do with our staff and with our cooperation with the other management authorities. You all know that agriculture is going through a very special moment. There is the need to jump ahead. We have to bear in mind that there are 3 pillars for us. Sustainability, so agriculture must be sustainable economically and socially. The other pillar is internationalization. We have to support our agriculture on markets that are becoming more and more global, more and more competitive. We have to be strong enough to accompany, to support our companies on these markets. And the third pillar that we have also dealt with today with the focus session is credit, is access to credit, access to finance. This is still a barrier for farms, for agriculture companies, not only for the peculiarities of the companies, because oftentimes they do not even have, an accountant, they don't have financial accounts, etc. But also because it is necessary to support them, to accompany them in order to meet their needs. For the new programming, thanks to the committee guided by Germana Di Falco, and thanks to the intervention of all the managers of Campania region, starting from the general manager, Mariella Passeri, whom I want to thank. She always gives a tremendous contribution to our action. So I was saying we are studying for the next programming 23-27. We are studying procedures. There should be loans and financial engineering, because we have to support these companies, and at the same time we have to motivate companies to invest on themselves, on their future. I mean, okay, contributions, okay, subsidies, but we cannot afford subsidies anymore. Agriculture, true agriculture must be favored. Young farmers have to be supported. It's not going to be, funds granted like that. And also the contribution, the subsidy that we grant, for the first installment will be accompanied with some conditions. We rely on training. A guy like, what's his name? Mauro, Mauro Vallone. Mauro, okay. He is, I would give him the possibility to invest a lot. I mean, to commit, Too often in this region there have been frauds and problems. They take the first installment and then they do something else. But this is, we have to be positive. We have to think positive today. And the attempt today has been successful. We want to maintain that the Campania region, is present. We have all the competencies, all the skills. I want to thank Germana for what she has done and for creating all these networks. Thank you all. And this is only the first edition. This is going to continue. The Global Food Innovation Forum will continue. We will organize more events, and maybe we will organize some thematic sessions in the province of Caserta. One of the first goals is going to be a similar initiative for animal breeding. The zootechnical sector is also very important in this region. Thank you very much. And let me conclude my intervention with a slogan that let's eat and drink Campania products and wine.